Hello everyone, welcome back to Rob's Gaming Table. I'm Rob.
I'm Mel.
And we're here to talk about our experience at Gen Con, go over the crap we came home with, and answer any questions you have, and do it all live, and super chill, and not really scripted. So if you're looking for an efficient list of all the games we got, and what our favorite experiences are, too bad, you're gonna have to watch the whole thing to find it. It's like a scavenger hunt, you trying to find information in this 2+ hour live stream probably.
We're already anticipating how long it's
Good luck. I'm here to annoy the hell out of you. If you're here to quick get your information and get out of here on YouTube and you're watching later, yeah, that's not what you're going to find here.
Wrong channel.
Yeah, we're tired. I'm not sick, I don't think.
Knock on wood, knock on wood.
Knock on wood. Like I usually come back from Gen Con pretty sick. I'm feeling like drained a little bit. Like
just physically?
Muscles sore from lots of walking and carrying a backpack with camera equipment and games in it. And it's like heavy with food and snacks and drinks and bottled water and stuff in my bag all day. Definitely feel worn out from all the walking, especially during the 2.5 hour live walking, not live, recorded full walkthrough I did. If you're looking for a full walkthrough of the exhibit hall, I tried it for once this year. I was trying to do it live and it just wasn't happening. But on Sunday, instead of doing some events and other things that I would normally do on a Sunday of the con, I decided to take the last 3 hours of the con and said, screw it. I'm not going to film this and meet with this person. I'm not doing anything. I'm so pissed that I can't walk through live right now without technical problems. I'm going to walk through with my camera, the whole damn thing, try to get it done in the last 3 hours of con, then go back to the hotel, export it off my camera, which took a little while, import in my editing software, edit it all together, upload it, or export it, which took like 6 hours on my laptop, which is crazy. It was like 4K 60. I did like as the highest quality I could, because I'm like, man, the Wi-Fi can't stop me now. And I uploaded it to the channel. It's there. People are loving it. Lots of comments, lots of good vibes. Some people don't understand my humor and sarcasm. I even had a sarcasm warning at the beginning of that video. Like, I'm going to say some funny stuff in the video, I'm sure, to people who work there, to booths. I'm going to make fun of booths and games and demos and things. Just have a fun time, like being a jerk, as I usually am. And I still got people commenting like, you are an elitist and you come off as, what was it? I forget. I was just making fun of the Mattel booth. Not entitled, but like, basically kind of like, poo-pooing on like, you know, gateway games and stuff like that and being an elitist and all this. And I'm like, okay, man, you obviously didn't watch the beginning where I said, I'm going to be sarcastic. I literally bought stuff at that booth and yeah, I was just joking. But yeah, it was just funny.
There's jokes on the channel about stuff like that too,
yeah.
So that people that haven't been around don't understand, and that's fair.
But I knew people would come to that video for the first time and be like, oh, I'm going to watch this walkthrough of this dude and they're going to see me and I'm going to be making jokes because I'm thinking my live audience is watching. Yeah. But they're not watching, so it's very weird for me to be talking to nobody while I'm filming. The battery lasted the whole time. It's on the channel. Check the playlist down below. There's a playlist for 2024 videos where you can check our live streams and stuff we did from the con and future stuff. But that's there. Go check that out. So I did that, spent the whole night uploading. I woke up at 3 in the morning when the video stopped, finished exporting. Then I started uploading on the hotel Wi-Fi, hoping it would finish before we had to leave in the morning. So my Sunday was like very not usual for our con. We're usually winding down. It was very busy. Even Matthew was like trying to find us to hang out because he missed Wednesday. I don't know, because he couldn't
he had some travel issues.
Get on his plane properly. No, I'm just kidding. And he was trying to find something to do on Sunday. I'm like, dude, like, we're busy. Like, no, focus. I need to get this. I'm doing a walkthrough of this damn thing. If I can't do it live, I'm doing it recorded, and I did it.
Yeah, he was dedicated.
I was like, I'm getting it done.
Getting it done.
Screw this. Screw you, Wi-Fi data signal problems of IRL streaming. I hate you. So yeah.
We did try. We really, really tried.
But yeah, I think it turned out okay for like how tired I was when I was editing it together and everything. Yeah. But yeah, it's there. So if you want... If you want 2.5 hour plus of this idiot walking around the whole con, half asleep, on the very last day of the con and see some booths that is not the best time to see the booths. The best time is like the first day when they're full of games, piles, and they're showing off their stuff and everyone working the booths are super excited and they're like, come and check out our game. But when you're going on Sunday in the last few hours of the con, everyone working the booths is like, yeah. What? You like this game? I don't have any. Go home. But
I think you can even at the very end, you can even see people like cleaning up where they shouldn't have been, and they really wanted to go home.
Let's just take the shelf apart, just in the middle of the con.
There's nothing on here. Let's remove it.
We don't need this carpeting anymore in our booth. Let's just start rolling up the floor. Like, what's going on here?
Yeah.
So yeah, it wasn't the best time to do a walkthrough of the con, but then again, the problem is the first day of the con is super packed. Everyone's running around. The aisles are even more packed. The booths are crowded. Some booths I had to skip because there's so many people in front of them. There was one comment where it was like, are you purposely skipping the Dice Tower booth? And I was like, I skipped many booths, but no. But that booth was, I remember it was big, and they always had lots of people in front of it that were like crowding around all the like promos or whatever they sell on their table. And there's always like tons of people that are talking, and like, I didn't really want to jam my camera into that crowd of people that are like all talking, like having conversations. So it's like a very awkward one to like, you know, I'm like, they have no games there. I don't need to show you anything at that booth. So I just kept like going. But yeah, I was like, yeah, well, there's a few booths where I would love to just be like, okay, everyone out of the way, please. I would like to film all the cool stuff in this booth. But then they're just like so crowded, and I'm looking at my battery level and I'm like, yeah, I'm just going to skip by this one. It's too crowded. So just keep that in mind when you're watching that video. It's like, I was literally just trying to get to one corner to the other in 3 hours or less, and before my battery ran out. That was my goal. So it was kind of a fun game to play. But yeah, that was the play. But hello everyone, if you're joining, we're live, and like I said, we're going to go over some of our experience just off the cuff, and then we're going to go over some of the games we brought back. You know, where I tried to limit myself. I don't know if I talked about it in the stream before we went to the con. We talked about some of the games we're excited to check out, but I was trying to tell Mel originally when we were making our list before that video, I was like, I want to come back with roughly 4 games or less. I don't want to come back with a huge pile that I stress myself out over trying to get content on the channel for. Well, I also have a pile before going to Gen Con of things I need to play. And that Elder Scrolls from Chip Theory showed up right before leaving. And they told me at the con, like, no rush, man. We'd send it to you super early. You got lots of time to take your time. Do it whenever, no rush. I'm like, I know. But when I leave for the con, I have games I really want to play. I don't need more games, you know, but I still came back with more than 4 games. I almost ordered more than 4 games before I even left. That were games that I could have picked up at the con that I just would rather get locally and cheaper, easier to support my local game store. So yeah. So technically going to the con, my limit should have been 2 games or less because I already ordered 2 at least.
2 at least.
2 at least right before leaving. But yeah.
Yeah.
Dragon Shadows must be new here. Says 4 or less. Are you closing your channel? So if you're new here, basically we like to play games more than once. We like to play campaign games on the channel. For example, Lord of the Rings, the living card game. We'll play that for literally months, playing through one campaign. Let's not even talk about like Gloomhaven or Frosthaven or Tainted Grail or anything like that. But when you look back at our year, we don't play that many games in a year, okay? So when I buy a game from Gen Con, that's literally probably like, if I like it, 10 episodes, 20 episodes. If I don't like it, 1, 0, maybe 4. And you look at the amount of months left in the year, even the amount of months left back around to the new Gen Con, you know, the next Gen Con, I should say. It's like, I really don't need that many games to kind of be stressed about how much content I would love and could make versus realistically making. We don't exactly just play like half a scenario and then make a quick 5-minute review rambling about like what we like. We like, you know, not scripted or anything. We like learn these games and play them and then play them again and like, you know, have multiple campaigns on the go, plus learning some more meatier games. We're not playing like party games all the time or like family weight games. So it's like they eat up a lot more time than you think, which is interesting. So 4 games is like literally with all the October Halloween themed games I already own that I've been gathering over the last year or so that I want to play, plus ones we've owned for many years. October could like be full.
Yep.
So we only have like probably half-ish of August, realistically. We have September, then we get in October. And then after that, like more new games start coming out the holiday season and stuff. And then I get more games then and stuff. It's like crazy.
Yeah.
I could literally don't need to buy any games. I can just play games I already own.
Yeah, we have shelves just like you guys.
Yeah. Like I at the con, like I was getting in trouble. Like, where's more Lord of the Rings LCG, Rob? What the hell? That game's like 10 years old or so. It's like I have content like I've owned for 8 years that I could still play for that and make content for like a year, never buying anything new. And it's like, but that's not what I do. So I just don't play what I want when I want. It's Rob's gaming table. I do what I want. So. But it's nice to have a nice variable menu of things I can pull from, new and old and whatever I feel like and stuff. And it's really fun. I see Alexis in there. Alexis, hello.
Hello.
Now I know Alexis. Now I can see Alexis's name and I go, oh, I have a face to put to the name.
Yes.
And that is cool. I like that a lot.
I hope you're not too tired. Matthew's here that we met. Jack was in the chat as well.
Matthew we met?
We met Matthew, yeah.
Matthew Rose?
Yep.
Yeah, for like 3 years in a row. I'm pointing out a new face. Like,
no, I know. I'm
a new name.
That we met
Unfortunately, I can put a face to Matthew's name. Unfortunately.
Yes.
So that's a problem every time I see Matthew in the chat, yeah.
Yes.
I have to think about what Matthew looks like. It's not pretty. Just kidding, Matthew. I like how I can talk trash here, and then at the con, I'm like, hey, Matthew, I'm so nice. Everything's great. I'm not going to talk bad about anybody. It's all good.
Oh, and Loquitur, too, yes.
Loquitur.
Loquitur, yes.
Hello. Low quitter.
Oh, you're at work. Oh, no.
No, Alexis is not working while watching the stream. That's not what people do.
Nope. Sean, thank you so much.
Don, thank you so much. Just wanted to tangibly say thank you for sharing the Gen Con experience with us. Thank you for the super chat. You were very generous. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
It's our experience, which is like unfiltered and maybe not what you're looking for. So like everyone has a different experience at Gen Con. Just want to get that out there. Oh, Matthew, member for 30 months.
Thank you.
Here's your free trash, Rob. Very nice. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Eat this. Yeah, it's all good. Remy says, I was having fun reliving Gen Con through you. We'll have to go back eventually when the house is paid or something. Yeah.
Fair, yep.
Yeah, or just leave the credit card and cash and everything at home. And just walk around.
Walk around?
Yep. You have if something bad happens, you don't have your wallet and things on you, but, at least you won't be buying anything there and go broke or in debt. So, yeah. Oh, man. All right. Yeah, you're welcome. Those Star Wars games, Zach, were like, very, I still can't get over that one where, like, I was literally, like, thought I was done. It was so fun. It was like very memorable. Like I'm playing my Vader deck, just being goofing around. A Vader deck I like whipped together before he went. Not really practice with it. I just want to play with some set 2 cards in there. And Zach's playing Han Green, which is a deck I struggle playing against, like at home against all people who play it ever. There was a point where like I think he beat me the first game, and I was like, oh, okay, like whatever, let's play again. And then I was like blending. I was so tired. So games are blending together, right? And then I was like in my head in the second game thinking, he has destroyed me. I'm done. It is over. And I'm just about to scoop and like whatever, nothing I could do. I give up. And I was blending together that I already had seen certain cards that can get me out of it. But it was the first game I already saw them and I buried them during searching. But Zach's like, you might get a Sentinel. And I was like, but no, I've seen all 3 Sentinels. But that was the first game. But I was like, okay, sure. My deck has like 40 cards left in it. I'm not drawing into a Sentinel, but sure. Whatever you say, Loquitur, I'll draw my next hand. Sure, let's go one more round. Whatever, as he's crushing me, and I'm like, it's over. Let's play the next game, Top deck, there's the Sentinel card. I'm like, whoa, how did you know? This is crazy. And he's like, see? And I showed him too. I was like, see? And then we're like, okay, let's just survive one more round. I'll die soon. But we went back and forth for multiple rounds, just like he's dropping bombs, I'm slugging bombs, and we're just like smashing each other. I'm slowly coming back, and like, yeah, I think I eventually won. But it was, people were walking over like, you guys, in game like 10, we're like, no, this is game 2. We're still like, we're up to like tons of resources. We're just smashing each other. 2 big heavyweight decks going at each other. It was fun. It was fun. But yeah, there was some cool stuff like that.
Yogi, thank you so much. Yogi's been a member for 22 months. Thank you, Yogi.
Yogi says, luckily the goldfish brain will kick in and you won't have to drink hard liquor to repress those memories. Oh, man. I have not played anything Elder Scrolls, FYI, Remy. I looked at it spread out on a table there, but I haven't done a demo of it or anything. Like, we did the demo last year.
Oh, yeah, but
that was like,
a year ago.
That was like on the Sunday at Gen Con where I'm like, I don't know what's going on, but this game looks cool. That's great. Let me know when it's finished. I just got it literally before we left. I have not even like unboxed it yet. I might do a member-only unboxing still. So if you're a member of the channel, don't become a member just to see that. But it's just going to be super casual. Just open it up and look at it. There's already unboxings on the internet. Go watch those. Like, don't feel you have to be a member to do that. But I might do that before I get into it, which might not be like this week or anything. It might be like next week or something. We'll see. But it's all still in the box, basically. And so I don't even know what the final stuff looks like. I have no idea. I saw them doing an unboxing on the main channel on a stream. I was like, closed. I don't want to watch this. I want to do it myself and see it and enjoy it. All the smells and the tastes, all myself. That's right. I said taste. So yeah, so we'll do that later. But I'll just do like a little intimate member one, you know, so it's like we can just chill. Nothing serious. Just an unboxing. Okay, so let's talk about Gen Con 2024 a little bit. Here, let's start here. So this is the press release after we kind of looked at this last year, maybe every year we look at this, I don't even remember, but Gen Con, the largest and longest running tabletop gaming convention, breaks all-time attendance records for historic 2024 event. Gen Con 2024 drew a record-breaking sold-out crowd of over 71,000 attendees and more than 540 exhibiting companies. 540 exhibiting companies. Damn. And if you saw me walk through the exhibit hall, you saw maybe like, what, 400 and something of those? Like,
yeah.
No way we saw all of them. No way. And not all of them are in there, I don't think. They probably mean stuff even like running, like True Dungeon runs something in like Lucas Oil, not in the exhibit hall and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. There's tons of vendors in the tunnels and the hallways that aren't in the exhibit hall and have side rooms and stuff and running things. So yeah, that's nuts. I don't know if that 540 is just in the exhibit hall maybe. Because it does say exhibiting, but like, who knows? But it was a lot. In celebration of the 50th anniversary of the globally popular fantasy role-playing game, Dungeons and Dragons. Never heard of it. Sounds cool, though. The convention featured a slate of retrospective events, special guests, and pop-up D&D museum, and an exclusive early chance to purchase the hotly anticipated new edition of the game's Player's Handbook. I'm just kidding. I've heard of D&D. You can delete your comment now. Yeah, you that's never watched my channel before, you can delete that now. I'm just joking. So yeah, this is on Gen Con's page somewhere. If you want to read through this, I can link it in the chat. If you're watching later, just open up the chat archive if it's done processing. Let's just, boom, popped in the chat. So anyone wants to read this thing later, just open it up another tab or whatever, if you're watching. But there's tons of information in here about the history and what happened and yada, yada, yada. This is the period to send out the day after the con every year with an update to get in all the newspapers locally and all those kind of things. But yeah.
It definitely felt like it was sold out. It definitely felt extremely crowded.
It was packed. Packed, busy, felt just like the 50th anniversary kind of thing where just like, even last year sold out though too because of the Lorcana thing, and that was a whole other different thing. Most of the people were like at the Lorcana area. So it made some of the rest of the areas a little less busy. But this year, there was no Lorcana individual thing pulling everybody. Mm-hmm. So if you're here with the question, I've seen this question asked. I was asked this question at the con, after the con. I've seen this question asked in some of the groups online and the subreddit and stuff, is what was the one thing that was the talk of the con? Now, like, remember back in like 2012, I think it was, Android Netrunner by Fantasy Flight Games being released. People were like rushing that booth, crowding it, buying tons of core sets, running around like crazy people. There's a video of that online. That was like the talk of the con that year, for example. Last year, Disney Lorcana. That was huge. First set released early, exclusively to the people at the con. So people wanted to buy starter decks for the first time and booster packs and all that. Mm-hmm. And mats and things, that's where you got them. Was where it was released, I think months before it came out. People literally bought tickets just to go for that last year. This year, however, there was a couple things that I would say were the talk of the con, but if you're talking about a single product or game, pretty much a lot of people were saying that there was no one game that was driving them there. If you saw our stream before going to the con, there was no like games that were like must have.
No.
A lot of them you could order at your local game store already. Some were already out that were on the hotness list. Some will be out within a week, a month, or less. A lot of the hot announced stuff there was like, yeah, you can get it here limited, but it'll also be out like the first week of September or the last week of August and stuff like that. So you're like, oh, or it comes out literally the day after the con. It's released at local game stores, stuff like that. So there was nothing really like, oh, if I'm at home, I can't get that game or play that game. It's like, A lot of the demo stuff, that's a different story, but like stuff you could physically walk away with, there wasn't much that was like exclusive, early, limited kind of stuff that like you couldn't just wait and like not lose sleep over.
Yeah.
And a lot of people are saying, yeah, there was no one game you needed to run for, but there was. Remember on the hotness list, one of the hottest things was Rock Hard 1977. That one people were saying was like kind of cool there because it was the most thumbs up thing on the preview on Board Game Geek, and it ended up being that they only had like 100 copies a day. And the designer, Jackie Fox, I think's the name.
Yep.
Who designed it? Former rock star bassist, something from a band. I'm not familiar with her, but I just know she supposedly made this game based on like her life or whatever back in the time. She was there signing copies and stuff and meeting fans, which is cool. So that right there is a cool experience, except for they only had 100 copies a day. So it's hard to be the talk of the con when only like 300 to 400 people actually can grab it and talk about it after. Obviously, people can play it with those people, but you need a few more copies. There need to be like, I feel like you need like 1,000, 2,000, 5,000 copies of something for it to be able to be grabbed by people and then have enough percentage of those people to open it and play it with others to get the buzz spreading, right? Just having something that is only like 100 a day or less, most of the people are grabbing that, throwing it in their car or their hotel room and not touching it till they get home. So there's like no talk of it, right?
Right.
So yeah, it just makes it a little hard. So for me, that game was only mentioned because there's a few people we know around us that were like, yeah, we got it. I got it signed. I got to meet Jackie Fox and stuff like that. But then I heard a lot of people also complaining like, they only have 100 a day. Wow, that was like the most excited thing. Like they knew people are super excited because you have that measurement on BoardGameGeek.com ahead of time to know, oh crap, our thing is like the most wanted thing on that list that people are hitting thumbs up on, right? And it's like, that might be something we should bring a lot of.
Well, two things I'm thinking. Maybe they didn't have the option to bring more.
I know, I understand that.
But the other thing that I'm thinking is they could have done it where...
Well, no, they always have the option to bring more. Because if they brought any, they had the option to bring more. Because if you're going to airship some over, you could have airshipped more over.
But unless
shipped more from the local warehouse, or brought more with you, however you're bringing it to the con.
Right, but
it's just in time. So like you have to make guesses months in advance for some of that stuff.
Yeah, and the problem probably is that the thumbs up on BGG, I don't know when that started to kind of hit the top and kind of gain momentum. But I don't know. And the other thing that I was thinking when you were talking about having only 100 copies, I mean, the experience, and even like Jack was saying, his experience was incredible with that.
Obviously,
now, it's too bad that they didn't have more copies, but then the limited experience of getting them signed, right? For those hardcore people that really want to get them signed. So have like maybe 1,000 copies a day, and 100 of those can be signed at at that room where they were signed.
Maybe.
Like you could line up for that, but you could still go and buy the game. And then, as you said, you can see hype, you can see people playing it in the gaming areas. People may, start a buzz about it, but it's a cool experience that she was there to be able to sign copies. That's cool.
Yeah. Yeah, so it was like the one thing to talk about. But really there was no single game, I would say, that was like really like, oh my God, I played this was amazing, or I had to grab a copy, or I grabbed a copy, played it, this blew my mind. Nothing really like that. But there was still good stuff for everybody. And you have to understand, the people going to Gen Con, I always say this, like Gen Con is for RPG gamers, tabletop war gamers, board gamers, card gamers, painters, cosplayers, some video gaming stuff. Some people go there just to watch and present movies they've created for the tabletop gaming culture. Some people go to play test stuff and like rent games out of a library and meet up with friends and just play the whole time. You know what I mean? Like not everyone's there to like buy just board games. Like the audience of our channel is more focused board games and card games because that's what I play only. Like, but if you're like into RPGs, you had some stuff that was exciting there. But again, there's only so many people are into RPGs, only so many people into board gaming, so many people into card gaming. There's people going for CCG promos for their collectible card games that don't give a rat's ass about any board games or RPGs and stuff like that too, right? So because everyone's going there and the con caters to such a wide audience across all of the hobbies within our hobby, it's hard to have one thing that like satisfies all of those people, right? Like, but when you have convention exclusive, that anyone might want to grab, whether they know about it or not, just to sell online and flip to help pay for your trip. That changes things. And we've seen that at Comic-Cons. That's been a thing forever, where come get your exclusive this, only have so many, and people just grab it and sell them online. It's like a common thing now at Comic-Cons to try to grab as many of the promos and the con exclusives as possible. Gen Con's always had like promos, publishers hand out, and exclusive things you can get. And we'll talk about some of those. But the two that were talked about the most, and I think it was because they were going through the Gen Con system and because people knew they'd be limited, was the D&D handbook that was mentioned and the Star Wars Unlimited convention exclusive Power of the Dark Side pack, or whatever it's called. Yeah, I don't know, 2024 convention exclusive, which I want to do an unboxing on the channel of this, so stay tuned for that. I'll unbox one of them for sure. I actually play the game, so getting it was kind of cool. But yeah, I'll probably sell one for sure, maybe to like a local player or something that didn't get to go and really wants them. But yeah, we'll see. Or maybe I go to PAX Unplugged and try to get a third one, and then I have a play set of all the cards.
Speaking of all the things and all how there's so much for everybody, the one thing I noticed, and I don't know if you maybe noticed it, but I definitely did, was there's a lack of paint supply to purchase. So you can do paint events, which is great. They had a huge army painter display and all of that with like they had every single color and like it was like stacked, but you couldn't buy anything. They weren't selling anything. It all said display only. And then they had maybe 3 or 4 booths, very, very small booths. Yes, just noticed it too. Okay. Very, very small booths that sold like maybe they had a few different paintbrushes and they had maybe like a set or two of like their whatever their paint brand was. But it was very limited, I found. In previous years, there was more opportunity to buy paint. So maybe colors you can't buy, or, you know, maybe you just want to paint there. They didn't really have much for that, I noticed this year.
It must be a hard thing to do, though, and maybe booths in the past who've tried to bring like racks and racks of paints noticed that bringing those racks and racks of paints like took a lot of time, because I'm sure to transport that, all the paints have to be in a separate box, not in the racks, right?
Yeah.
So then someone has to set up those racks, assemble them or whatever, and get them all in a booth, and then sit there stocking all those little paints. And then after the con, they obviously don't all sell, and some of them sell out the popular colors, and just like they do at our local game stores. Yeah. And then someone has to like destock those things, pack them all up, pay to have those shipped back. That's probably a freaking nightmare. And they probably looked at their sheet after and was like, did we make enough money for and pay for the booth and all that trouble getting that there and the employees to do all that work? And like, was it even worth it? Like, did people even really buy enough paints from us to make that a thing? No, probably not. That's why they probably realized, let's just set up one rack for demo now and just try to promote our product, because we know people will buy it at game stores later or on the internet or whatever. Like, here's our card, scan this QR code. That's like what most of them are doing now, is like, we don't have this thing here, but scan this QR code and place a pre-order, go on our crowdfunding campaign and follow it. And like, we don't have anything to sell you. We're just here to hand out flyers and stuff. So sometimes they just literally, their booths there just to market their thing and their business. Like, there's lots of companies there now, I noticed, that are like game manufacturers and companies that handle crowdfunding campaigns and deliveries and stuff like that, just have booths there. Companies that make cards and stuff like that, that like, you know, they want business of people who might want to make a game. Come to my booth, I'll show you samples of our product, and we can print thousands of copies of your game and manufacture it for you and stuff in different countries and things. It's neat. I noticed some of that. But back to the sorry, I want to finish my thought with the exclusives. The two things I want to talk about, the D&D book and the Star Wars Unlimited exclusive, con exclusives, were in limited quantities, but they, instead of lining up for them like you'd see at other Comic-Cons and things, they did it through the event system. So you had to go online and, like, I think the D&D one was at 7 a.m. every day. They would go live a bunch of copies, I think. I only really knew the Star Wars one goes online at 9 a.m. each day. They only had like 200 a day. And you go online and you got to like try to add it to your wish list, which wasn't explained at the beginning. And it's erroring out and the website's crashing and the queues are full, and it was nuts. Like, people are trying to get it. And within seconds, sold out. And then you go and pick up, you now have got an electronic ticket that's free if you got one and checked it out, and then got an email from Asmodee saying it all was good, because also Gen Con oversold, where their website couldn't handle the queue properly, and they were selling like 120, or like 20 over sometimes, and then people weren't getting the email from Asmodee, but would still go to the booth saying, look, I got one and I checked it out, and they were being told, no, sorry, Gen Con oversold. So only the first 200, we would email confirming you got it. So there was like extra steps that Asmodee was doing on top of just you've got this event in your cart. You've checked out. You're in this event. Instead, it was like, you're in the event, great. But now you need Asmodee to be like on top of that because the system couldn't handle it. You would have to wait and then be told that like you did get one of the first 200 because people are getting turned away when they went to show up later. And you can go anytime between 10 a.m. and 6 p.m. that day, only that day, and try to redeem your ticket if you got one to pick it up, which was cool. You didn't really have to wait in a line. They would let you skip the line. There was a special checkout window for it. But people were going up, and I've heard from a few people that were like, yeah, I got a ticket like day 1 or day 2, and then went up and they were like, ooh, sorry, you were number like 220 something. Gen Con oversold, sorry. Like their system couldn't handle it, so we locked it down to the first 200. So sorry, try again tomorrow. And yeah, it was crazy. But here's the cool part. After the first day, I'd realized that there was some web troubles and some database troubles. So what I realized from talking to some of the people who were like working at the FFG event area and stuff, some people who were just playing in that area with us, were giving me tips that if you just check later and keep adding it to your wish list, even at like noon, 2 p.m., literally the first day, it's sold out at 9 a.m. The website crashed, said it was sold out the rest of the day. But some people are realizing if they had it in their wish list already from the morning, and you just kept resubmitting your wish list later, if some didn't actually fully get checked out, they would actually become available. And there's people at like 10:15 in the morning that would get one. Some people at 2 p.m. that would get some. And they would get it. And they would say, yep, you checked it out. Asmodee would email them, say it's official. They went to the booth, they picked it up. And one guy that worked there was like coming up to me. He's like, look what I got, Rob, look what I got. At 2 o'clock, I got it at 2 o'clock. And I was like, tell me more. So the next day I tried it with Mel. We got it at like noon.
Yeah.
It was sold out on day 2 or whatever. We got ours on day 2.
Day 2, yeah.
Yeah, so day 2, I already understood what was happening with the bugs in the website and stuff. So I was like, all right, I'm just going to keep checking for the rest of the day. I'm not going to tell anyone how I know how to do it. And then eventually, boom, I had Mel and mine in the cart, and it just worked. And I was like, hey, we got it. Here, I'm checking out. Boom, I got an email from Asmodee. Yep, this is official. When then we played our Star Wars event, and then after that, we like walked over to the booth, and we're like, I have a ticket. And they're like, yep, you're good. Here you go. Here's your 2 copies. Thanks, guys. And then we're like, yeah, bye. It was super easy.
And then we told everybody how to do it.
Then after, yeah, we started telling our players we knew from back home. Right away, I went up to them. I'm like, guys, here's how you do it. Hey, Chris. Hey, Alfredo. Here's how you do it. Here's how you do it, guys. Just keep submitting, keep checking. Yeah, it was funny. But yeah, there's only one per person still. So the cool part of doing it through that system, it's locked in, so nobody can get more than one. So like I got one, Mel got one, but like we can't get a third or fourth or fifth, which is super cool for like scalping and stuff. Obviously you could like bring a bunch of friends, but they still have to buy a badge. They still have to be there. They're not going to just give it to like anybody, which is cool. And then you can't pick it up for your friend or whatever. None of that stuff.
No, you
actually had to have, you had to be wearing your badge and actually scan the code on the badge. So I guess you could walk up and like come back again with another badge you bought, like you faked and stuff. It's like a lot of work. And with the system, like, there's no way you're checking out that many. Like, no. Yeah, it was rough. But yes, I got 2 checked out that I had in my cart. So some people are saying that, like, oh, if you have multiple people, it's not going to let you check it out. But it did. Because, like, I buy tickets for Mel. Mel buys tickets for me. We're, like, joined up in the family thing in the Gen Con system or whatever. Mm-hmm. So I was able to add her to my, try to get a ticket for both of us, just like I would any other event. And it totally worked. I got 2 at the exact same time. Worked perfect. Yeah. So yeah, just for everyone next year, if they're doing that system again, like hopefully they fix it a little bit. But Kanji, thank you for the super chat member for 22 months.
Thank you.
Great seeing you too. As amazing as always. Hashtag Ron and Mel are amazing. Smiley face. I'm sure you meant the Ron on purpose.
He's tired.
I love it.
Thank you so much. It was nice to see you as well.
Darren, it was great seeing you too. It was a good time, Darren.
Ron equals Rob. Yeah.
Oh, it's all good. We're all a little worn down after the con and may not type correctly. Totally understand. Actually, I'm very impressed how you structured your message, to be honest. Punctuation, hashtags, emoji, everything seemed clean. But yeah. Stacy's here. Hi, howdy. Stacey. Hello, Stacy.
And Jess here.
Jess is here. Oh yeah, I saw Jeff's in there. Yeah. Jess was saying something about the paint stuff too.
Oh yeah, that she
I
noticed
saw.
it as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just definitely noticed that because the only place to buy paints, they had them in like box sets. And in the past, I've always gone through and looked at like what kind of paints am I not able to get here? Maybe just the colors are always sold out or whatever. And you were saying about like setting up the display, but if you look at the Army Painter display, they had the full rack was full, like all the rows were.
You know
full.
what? I bet literally they were all glued in there.
Maybe.
And they just wrapped it up, bubble wrapped it, shipped it down, and then opened it up, and that's why it was display only.
Yeah.
I bet you 100% all those bottles were glued into that display.
Oh my god.
So they don't have to set that up. Because somebody would have to sit there for like an hour, like one paint at a time, making sure the right color for the right row and stuff.
Yeah.
No thanks. But yeah, I bet that's what they did. Because just picture you're trying to run a booth and like you want to set up paint racks like and transport them.
I know.
No thanks.
But I just I've liked it in the past, and I just noticed it wasn't doable this year because there
are local game stores I'm sure that you could walk a little bit to and go buy paints if you really were desperate and you're like, crap, I need that color for this unit I bought to play in this miniature wargaming event I have tomorrow. Like, but most people I saw had like, you know, the big toolboxes kind of transportation for their minis and their paints and equipment and stuff. And if you go by the painting areas, you see people with those carts ready to go with all their own paints and stuff, their portable paint systems and things.
I just like looking at the colors that maybe I can't get for whatever reason.
Yeah, George is funny. So in our walkthrough, George, any of our walkthroughs, I appreciate George, is like, George has knowledge of so many publishers, people, other YouTubers from like different hobbies within the hobby and stuff. And George is like, oh, at this time you passed this person in the hall who's from this thing, and oh, you were behind this person who was streaming from this channel, and da-da-da. I'm like, most of them, I'm like, I have no idea what the hell you're talking about, but that is so cool to see. I watch those kind of walkthroughs for other things too. Even if we go to like a Comic-Con, I'll go watch a stream later and be like, I wonder if we're in it. I wonder if like
just randomly walking.
Yeah, oh look, there's that person I know, or oh, there's that guy we talked to, and I see the things, and it'll be fun going back and past in future years when we meet new publishers, new things, and we see them on the old walkthroughs and stuff. But George is here saying, just getting here. I did confirm that you passed Nellie of Nellie's Nerdy Adventure on your walkthrough on Sunday. Yes, I saw Nellie, but she was also talking with somebody else doing her own little interview thing. But I was about to stop, and I looked down and could see her well down below, closer to the earth. You know, when I looked down, I was like, you know, Nellie's not the tallest.
She's shorter than me.
Yeah.
And I'm much shorter than Rob, as you probably have seen.
She's very short, which is not a problem. But it's just like, I remember walking by and almost like walking, because I'm holding a camera up here like 6 feet plus in the air. And I look down and I like always any kids or wagons and bags, I'm like trying not to trip over them while I'm like walking with the camera talking. And Nellie was there, and I remember seeing her. I look down, I see her like her cool gray hair. And I was about to turn and be like, Nellie, you know, like try to get her on my stream like she would do to people like in her videos. But she was already talking to somebody. I'm like, oh, I'll leave that. Maybe I'll catch her later, you know? And I just kept moving. So I did see Nellie. Hi, Nellie, if you're watching. But yeah, I definitely one time want to get Nellie like and do what
like an Inception?
Yeah, like Nellieception, and just be like, hi, is this your first time at the con? Tell me, what did you like here? And anyone you want to say hi to, you know, like, and just like, you know, pretend I'm her doing it to her and like just throw her off and get in her head and be funny. So yeah, one of these times. But I see her, yes, and she's busy, and I'm like, I understand. I wouldn't want her to run up and interrupt me talking with somebody, you know, like, so it's totally, yeah, but it is. I did see her though. In the walkthrough, I think it was that one. I think I know exactly what you're talking about. And even Mel mentioned after, I was like, oh, I know she was talking to somebody. I don't want to like interrupt, you know, her fan having a moment with her, just so I can get in there and be like, hey, get on my video. So yeah, it was funny. Yeah, Jacob said the height probably is real. I'm 7 foot. I know. Yeah. I would be looking up to you for sure, Jacob. But yes, it is a thing. There's a lot of low moving objects in the con that you can easily, like, I'm worried about the big topple at the con when I'm tired and just tripping over something and smashing my head off a table or something, or the cement floor. Yeah. Okay, so what else can we talk about before we start looking at the loot? I don't
know. Are you guys here just for the chit chat, or are you here to see what we got?
I feel like we wasted enough time.
Or both.
that anybody who hasn't shown up yet, it's too bad for them. They can watch it later.
Yeah, right, eh?
We just saw a lot of knickknacks and stuff. Keep in mind, again, for those that tuned in late, my goal this year was to come back with 4 or less games purchased total. After looking at that list and even looking at things I'm interested in, I was telling Mel there's no reason I need to buy half these, and some I even ordered before I went, because I don't need that many games to continue making content for the next year. I have plenty that I've built up since last Gen Con, and games I want to play around Halloween time that are already locked in, campaign games I want to play already that we have, lifestyle game content we already have purchased and have to play and stuff like that. So like I literally have tons of stuff to make content with. I didn't need to grab anything at Gen Con, to be honest, or even at our local game store that was being hyped at Gen Con.
Oh, maybe some of it. No, I'm just kidding.
But reality is when you go to Gen Con, like I say every time, things start looking pretty awesome at Gen Con. Things are limited. You're there. The publisher's offering games to you. I can't say no in person as easily as I can say no through an email.
That is true.
So keep that in mind. And I probably don't have everything we got here, but I think I've got most of it. I'm pretty sure I'm okay to show anything I got here. But yeah, it's just fun knick-knack stuff, some game stuff. Hopefully this haul is smaller than last year, I'm hoping, because that was the point. I didn't want to carry around games. I want to do more filming. I want to play more Star Wars limited events. I didn't even want to bring my Star Wars decks to the con for most days except for one, because I want to keep my bag lighter so I can have my camera equipment, my water, my snacks. And I don't like lugging around bags when I'm trying to hold a camera. So this year I was like, no, I'm going to go and film and live stream more and like play in my Star Wars events. And in the Star Wars events, they were limited. So you're getting packs to build decks from and sealed and draft. So I technically don't need to carry anything around until I get those things and I throw in my bag and I'm good. So that was my goal. And since most of the stuff I could just order back at home before or after the convention, why the hell am I going to a booth paying more money for it usually? Because there's usually no deals until the last day. You're paying MSRP, which, as you know, if you've been in the hobby, you can always find stores that sell below MSRP to get those same games. And games that ship to your door, or you literally can go to your local game store and throw in your car or walk home with or whatever, is way easier going and getting one game and bringing it home. But at the con, you might literally walk around, whatever we're saying, 10,000 steps or whatever, or 10 miles in a day or whatever it is, and you're grabbing a game here and a game there and a promo thing here and an expansion here and this game plus bundled with another game, and we'll throw in this game for free, and if you buy 2 games we'll give you another one for free, and all of a sudden you have bags and bags and you're carrying them around. So even if you walk and prepare for the con and you exercise, you get good shoes and all that, all of a sudden you get to the con and you're realizing, oh, I'm not just walking a lot, I'm also carrying crap in my hands and on my back. And it adds that extra weight, and I think that's what I underestimated. But I didn't want to do that this year. I wanted to kind of be more lightweight and be able to move around and get filming and get to my events and all that kind of stuff. So
I think next year, though, we do need to prepare by wearing a backpack with stuff in it.
Yeah, like I literally need to
around.
Yes, I need to walk more before the con like I did this year, but literally put on like weighted vest, people are saying online.
Yeah, weighted vest.
Or a backpack full of stuff.
Yeah, Jess says I'm going to train with weights in my backpack.
Yes,
yeah.
100%.
And like maybe like a bag or 2 in my hands.
So that's like the new tip that I learned this year was like, even preparing to get yourself physically ready for the con and more in shape. It's like, and people in my video were like, what's Rob complaining about sore feet? I walked around the con and my feet didn't hurt, whatever. I did all this. And it's like, like maybe you weren't carrying as much. Maybe you actually work out with weights and like you're more like your legs are more ready for that. I don't know. Maybe like you didn't buy as much as I did and your camera equipment maybe is you don't have it. I don't know. But anyways, it's kind of like, yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe I'm heavier than you. I don't know. Maybe that's the thing. But yeah, so definitely it's not just proper to go walking a lot before the con. You literally need to like carry the weight you would carry at the con, like fill some bottles of water and put a couple games in your backpack and maybe even some bags, hold some bags of things. And when you're walking, when you're holding stuff and your back's being dragged down, like it's a completely different thing. Also the walking on a treadmill versus walking on like the cement and the different angles and stuff. Like we walked up tons of stairs and broken escalators and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's different than the treadmill.
Yeah, it definitely adds to that. So that's one thing I learned this year that I hopefully can carry to next year. I was like, every year I kind of learn something new to kind of carry forward. And I think that was my learnings this year.
Yeah.
For sure. Time to go to the gym. Again, the treadmills is not the accurate. Like I was doing the treadmill thing too this year before going, and it's like even when I took when the weather got nice and I started walking outside more, I noticed my feet were like getting more punished outside than they were on a treadmill. Like it's not the same. You use different muscles and your feet take a different beating and your back takes a different beating.
I also think with a treadmill, like it's like not necessarily momentum, but like it's the same stride, just like over and over and over, like repetitive movement.
Yeah.
Where then when you start walking in Gen Con,
yeah,
there's a lot of stop, start, like all of that. And that's
so
also
the best training is literally not the gym. It's not the gym, because I don't think the gym can replicate truly what I've learned. Is like I think it needs to be months before the con, literally, like I said, strapping on a weighted vest or a backpack and carrying some weights and walking outside, up and down stairs on cement, like right behind you. We walk on a lot of this right back here, like this cement outside, inside the hall cement, very little carpet, up broken escalators, downstairs a lot, through walkways that go up and down. There's declines, plus like getting into the open gaming is trekking upstairs and stuff, depending where you go, if the escalators aren't working. Yeah, I don't know.
And strange enough, I even said to Rob, like walking slow hurt me more than walking at like a normal pace. Like when I was walking slowly through the con because there's so many people, it like hurt a little bit more on my back.
Oh yeah, I can see that. Yeah, strapping the trove chest on your back, see Mitch, that is proper advice. Not this yogi going to a gym with weights thing. Get out of here. This is gamer workout. But yeah, sound like old school 80s kung fu movie Shaolin training. Yep, 100%. Yes. See me like Jean-Claude Van Damme doing the splits with like a board gaming backpack on my back, like doing a split between two poles and like with a guy slapping me with a stick. Like that's kind of what you need. Or no, actually, sorry, slapping me with a child's wagon over and over again in my legs, you know, till I bleed, like preparing you. That's what
I'll just like keep cutting you off with it. And see if you can stop abruptly. So you fall.
Yeah.
I gotta say too, I noticed this year that I hadn't really noticed before, that those board game bags, like we talk about how horrible they are and whatever, and I get it, but you have to remember that they are at face level for a lot of height challenged people. So like I'm not super tall, like I feel like I'm like average height, but that is like right in my face. So if somebody turns or like stops, that bag is hitting me in the face. Right? Let alone like kids. I think the kids actually may be fine, but like
All Play still sells those bags. I found out they were still at their booth, still selling them. People are walking around with them. Not as popular. More people have them now, but it's not like the year when they were selling them out in the open and we're like, you buy this, we give you one for cheap and all that. They're there for sale and people are buying them, but it's like, carrying those around are oh my god.
Yeah, they're like face level for me.
Yep. So let's talk about crap we came back with.
Yeah. Let's get
Not all of it's crap. Some of it's really good.
Yeah.
And it's not the games.
Oh.
I'm just kidding. All right. All right. We got okay, we're zooming on the table here. All right.
You want to start with this?
Yeah, sure. I mean, we did look through this digitally before, and this is something we come back with. I didn't bring back the coupon book, though. I took the coupons that I wanted and tossed it away. Because I didn't want to carry more weight. That's what I was trying this year to do, was like have less weight on me. Like even my camera equipment, I was leaving more of it like at the hotel and only bringing what I needed, not like fully like every backup little cable I could need for certain situations. I was like, no, let's try to be on the fly portable. That's why I only had one microphone for the day with Mel. I like didn't have the second microphone I should have had. And
oh, that's okay.
Yeah, but it was fine. Still worked.
That's okay.
I was just trying to be lighter. So we're not going to go through all this, but I just like having the physical thing after the fact. Yeah. And these were hard to get.
They were very hard to get.
They were hard to get. Sometimes they weren't stocked up. They weren't there. Then they'd pile them up. They were gone literally in minutes. But yeah, we got one.
Very different from past years where right from the beginning of the con, like the day before, they are stocked all of the little areas. But
yeah, we can maybe look through this again like next year before we go, if we go and stuff like that. But yeah, it's just nice to have. I like browsing through it when the next con's coming up, just to look through for like nostalgia purposes. And then I usually like toss it. I don't collect every year. I just kind of keep it for a year and then toss it probably, and then get the next one. But it would have been cool actually to keep them all. But I'm sure someone digitally has them all stored online somewhere. So you can go kind of look back at a year you remember and compare it to like the new year and see how it's different and how big the map is and like what the events are like and stuff like that. But yeah, it's just cool to have in person. It's a very beautiful book, very beautiful art in person. The digital online does not do it justice. And it's nice just to have it with you at the con sometimes to quickly look something up, check out a map or read about something or see an ad and go, oh yeah, let's go check out that booth and whatever.
You got to remember too, there's a lot of waiting in lines. So
Yes.
this can give you something to do while you're waiting in a line.
Or what you should be doing is actually taking breaks and resting somewhere and sitting down and getting away from the con for a minute and collecting your thoughts, which I try to do. And this is great for that sometimes.
So yeah. Flip through,
Yeah. So I just want to show that. So that's something to come back with. A little souvenir I like to bring back that people try to kill each other for some reason. So if you're watching our live streams, as C. Mitch was, and thank you, C. Mitch, Mel remembered the next day, and I remembered, but I remembered when we weren't there. But then Mel actually remembered in the hall when I was filming to get this. But this little place made these like wooden, burnt, smell fabulous little signs, you know, like those classic little, you know, look like a old wooden sign with a little string in it. But I saw this and it reminded me of like, I even said on the stream, is like, oh my God, that's like, this should be my, like, I tattoo this on me or something. Like, this is me.
Rob.
It's like, I'm not procrastinating. Like, I'm doing side quests.
Yeah. You're doing something.
There's always something I need to be doing, but there's something else I'm doing that's like, maybe that shouldn't be doing this right now. And I'm prioritizing them totally wrong. But then I'm like, screw it. I do what I want. But yeah, it's like, people will be like, you know, where's that Lord of the Rings LCG playthrough? And it's like, I'm not procrastinating, and I'm doing side quests. It's like, I don't feel like I'm doing other stuff right now.
This is our life. So
this is thick. I know it's like RPG kind of related here, but it's like, yeah, it makes me think of like Zelda, fantasy, stuff like that. I was like, oh, this is awesome.
Yeah. So as we were walking around, we went to this booth, and this was one of the lives that we had done.
Yeah.
And we saw this, and we were kind of talking about it, and I was saying how I needed to get this for Rob. So C. Mitch donated and said, please go buy that. So thank you. This is from C. Mitch, who bought this for us while we were at Gen Con.
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Also, FYI, we got the very last one.
When we went back, I was freaking out. I'm like, where is it? Where is it? We're going to get in trouble.
This was the last one of this one. So, yes. Thank you.
So I didn't get the official beer at Gen Con. It was lined up, and then they weren't there the last day. I didn't get to try the Cinnamon Toast Crunch beer this year. I might have dodged a bullet, actually. I didn't want to wait in the lines or anything, so I don't have it to drink this year. I'm just drinking a regular crappy Moosehead, but it's actually, this is really cold. Do we have anything to like help me hold this without it making my hand so cold, Mel?
We do. I think I have something here that might help with this exact situation.
Oh, thanks, Jacko in the chat there for providing Mel and I with little holders to drink our beverages on stream, which I didn't get a Gen Con beer, which I would be drinking this in. And then Mel, I just realized today, I was like, Mel, where's your wines that you bring back from Gen Con? And she didn't bring back any either.
No, we drank them.
I drank some too.
Yeah, we drank them on the Wednesday.
We drank those there. So we got a little Leia outfit and a Vader outfit here. What are these called? Star Wars Vader 2 Kunu Cooler. But thank you, Mike, aka Jacko, for showing up on Wednesday and being like, here, I brought you guys gifts.
They're can underwear, yes.
Cans underwear.
So funny story too about that is, so the Gen Con wine, which we did get, we did get some of the wine because the beer lines were so long. So we got the wine.
I'm probably gonna spill.
But one of the funny things was they were advertising for the Gen Con wine. They were advertising the watermelon flavor wine, which then when we got to the front, we were like, yes, that's the one we want. They didn't have it. But
oh no, I'm spilling.
But funny, I did get a watermelon White Claw, so we're gonna use that if it fits in here. Oh yeah, this will fit in here.
Oh nice.
So
I was worried it wouldn't fit the
watermelon wine. We got a watermelon White Claw.
Like beer all over my hand here.
Do you need to go wash? Are you okay?
Yeah, I should.
Do you want me to talk or you want to just pause?
I'm drunk already. I'm spilling beer everywhere.
So Jacko, thank you for these.
Yeah, they're super cute, but I love that they were Star Wars themed and like we're playing all weekend. We're playing Star Wars. And now I can feel like a true Star Wars redneck drinking my beer with one of those holders. It's like the only time I can picture anyone using holders like that is when I grew up like at my grandparents' trailer park.
Yeah, trailers, right?
Yeah, at the trailers. All right.
Not even a sip and already tipsy.
Yeah. Whoa! It's because I was like trying to hold it to the camera like a dumbass, realizing I already opened the can. Stupid. All right, I'll be right back. 2 seconds. All right, we're back.
Okay.
Beer break.
Oh, that was funny.
I should have done it before opening the can. Forgot I opened it. All right.
We're not a beer channel.
Okay, let's look at this.
Oh, yes, yes.
So this we looked at before going on the stream,
Yeah.
and Mel wanted it, and she said the wrong booth number, and people are commenting on that stream. No, go to this booth number. This is the Genevieve, the official mascot of Gen Con is a Genevieve, a little red dragon. And this is a Christmas ornament that's like officially licensed, I guess. That was sold at one of the booths there. And Mel went and grabbed it. So now we have something to put on our Christmas tree at the end of the year that reminds us of Gen Con. We have like little things that remind us of places we go and souvenirs and nostalgic stuff. And I like that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Just having a lot of random knick-knacky things on the tree.
Yeah, and I thought it was cute. And
this works perfect. Yeah,
it's
so
something
cute.
that we'd never gotten before.
And it's actually like, what do you call
Solid.
it? Like ceramic or something?
Yeah.
Like
And
clay
so
or whatever.
Christmas lights, which are so cute. So
yeah.
I was able to get that.
That's cool.
Quite a few people actually were getting these. Like, yeah.
So again, those Star Wars exclusives, we got 2 of them. I'll do an unboxing later. But this is something we grabbed there. We were like blown away that we actually got it on day 2. I thought maybe like Sunday we'd have a better shot at them because obviously you can only buy one. So every day less and less people would be trying to go for them. But Mel was able to get one. I was able to get one. But they're just these like little boxes. But I'll do an unboxing later. I'll post it on the channel. I'll open one of these. We'll take a nice close look at it, like nice 4K, good lighting, you know, beautiful little look at it. I'll try to make it the highest quality I can. So stay tuned for that. Speaking of Star Wars Limited, we got a bunch of these Grogu promos from playing in the events. Yeah, we did a few events. I probably didn't even grab all of them.
Oh, yeah, there's probably some on my
but
list still.
going to the FFG in-flight report, if you're one of the maximum 900 people, but even less went for
Yeah,
sure.
it was definitely not.
If you went to the in-flight report on Thursday at 11 a.m., which was not the right time to put that at because people are like, the hall opens at 10, people are running for exclusive stuff. We even got all of our exclusive stuff we wanted to get and still made it to the thing because we were like efficient.
Yeah.
But we had to carry our stuff there. But we watched the in-flight report that was live streamed. We were there in like the 4th row watching. But on your way out, they would hand you a Grogu that was signed by one of the designers. I have no idea which designers these are.
No, I don't either.
Those look like my writing, like really scribbly. But one of the designers, they signed obviously a whole bunch of stacks. So Xander was standing at the door. Thank you, Xander. Was handing these out there as we were exiting the room where they streamed from. So that was cool. So we have some signed Grogus, which are way cooler than not signed Grogus. So, but we have enough Grogus. Also related to Star Wars Limited. And again, Mike, aka Jacko, in the chat, gifting us this after giving us the little beer things, threw this at me and said, here you go, this is yours. And I was like, no, you're lying. At first I didn't know. I thought he was just showing me like bragging, like this is how cool it looks in person. But he gifted me a Emperor Palpatine showcase from set 1 of Star Wars Limited. For those that don't know, this is a 1 in 12 booster box item. You can get a leader, and each set has like 16 leaders. So you have a chance of 1 in every 2 cases to maybe find one of these, and it may not even be the leader you're looking for. But Jacko showed me that he opened a Palpatine in set 1. I opened 0 showcases at 1, and they don't even have Vader in set 1, but I do love Palpatine and Boba Fett. I like villainy leaders that I actually play. So Jacko actually saved this and then showed me at the con, was like, hey, look at this, and here you go. And I opened it up and I saw it. I'm like, oh, that's cool. Rub it in some more, why don't you? That's cool. Like, that looks so awesome. I don't think I've ever seen this one in person either, locally.
I haven't.
And I was like, wait, like, this is mine? Like, how much you want for it, man? I'll buy this off you. And he's like, no. I was like blown away. Yeah. But Jacko, thank you. This is very special, like for real.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Dude to dude. It's cool, I guess. But yeah, for real, like almost brought me to tears. I was like, no way. So now I have to become a dedicated Palpatine player. I have played Palpatine locally a little bit in set 1, dabbled with it at a few local events, and at home quite a bit. But then I get frustrated because Mel plays rush decks or like aggro decks. So before I'll have a Palpatine deck built, I'll be playing it, and then I'm like, oh, I'm going to take it to the event today. And then Mel and I will play one warm-up game like the night before, and she'll crush me. And then I'm like, all right, screw it. I'm not playing Palpatine. I'm not losing to you Sabine or Leia players. Get out of here. Back to Boba or Vader I go. And so I don't bring my Palpatine decks that I love building out of the house too much, but now I have to. So, but yeah, these are sick.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can show you like on camera. Like, I don't know if I can show it better. Like, it's still in a sleeve there, but like, they're like shiny, like alt art special cards. Like, yeah. I know in the case it's like not as on camera, it probably doesn't look as good, but
I mean, I think it still looks great.
It's quite the beautiful card. Oh man, that's amazing. Jacko, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Time to make him a mod. He's actually gonna be running the channel.
Just gonna read one quick message here.
Yep.
Andrew from the Op Games here. Just want to say, love your walkthrough haul video, and thanks for highlighting the booth. It was such an incredible show. Keep up the great work. Thank you so much.
Andrew, your booth looked awesome.
Yeah.
As I said in the video, I said it on a stream before too, but even to Mel, I was like, I love when publishers theme their booth to the games. Like another one is Tabletop Tycoon in the past that had like an Everdell set up with a big tree and everything.
Oh, yeah.
It's like,
yeah.
Or Upper Deck always does like something crazy like that, a James Bond theme booth or a boys theme booth or whatever their big game they're promoting is. They bring a truck. They had a big transport truck in there the one year showing off for that Kurt Russell movie. What's it called? I forget.
Oh.
But anyways, there are some companies, eBay does it too, where they make these like crazy booths that just stick out and themed, and you can tell somebody put effort into it to like theme it to the game. And like now you can say like if you buy like Gnome Hollow, for example, which is the game they were promoting there, you can buy that from your local game store and play that at home on your crappy kitchen table. Or you could be one of the cool people that actually played it in a booth with little picket fences and like cool wooden tables that you're like
picnic tables, like what do you call that? Like
they were like Big Trouble in Little China. Thank you, George. But it's cool to see like you're actually playing a game on like a special themed table or mat or like in an environment where they make props and stuff around the booth. So it just like feels cool to like play the game in like an area that's themed for it. It's like definitely something special. But yeah, it was definitely cool to see you guys put the effort in for that.
Yeah, it was definitely a cool booth.
So yeah, I definitely had to point it out.
Yeah.
But yeah, nice job, guys.
Yeah.
Nice job. I still don't know what was going on the second story of your booth.
I know.
But I'm sure what happens on the second story of the op booth behind the red line stays on the second story of the booth there. So anyway. Yeah, new attendance. Yeah, we talked about the attendance record already. Yeah. Oh, meetings with media.
Okay,
that's what you guys call it nowadays?
That makes sense.
Sure. Like the after hours area up there. Who knows what they were doing? They were playing the real games up there. Anyways, all right, what else did we get?
Are we still going with this kind of stuff here? You got
sure.
everything on your side done?
So this is something cool that I want to point out, marketing related, that Asmodee was doing for Arkham Horror. And for those who are following along with our weekend, I was 100% right. We totally forgot to go in the Arkham Horror themed room in the Crown Royal Plaza that they were promoting everywhere. So I never got to see it.
No.
Whatever. But they actually were giving out these where they were showing off stuff. But they even had it advertised in here. But I didn't see this till the last day either. But they even had like a little map in this cool newspaper. I want to read through this later.
Yeah, I read through some of it.
But it like straight looks like it's from like the 1920s, you know, like dated and everything. Oh my God, so cool. But it's just like the coolest marketing, one of the coolest little marketing things ever. Like, yeah, you can hand out an exclusive card to me as I'm walking by or a flyer or a QR code or whatever. But the fact that they were handing out these to promote like Arkham Horror, like straight up themed to it. Somebody put the work in for this. It's like, I love that kind of stuff. Like, be unique, right? Stick out, theme it to the game or whatever you're promoting. So yeah, they're like, like advertising everything. So you can pause it maybe and read some of this if you want. I don't know if it's...
The funniest part is like leave it on this one for a minute because some of these classifieds are pretty funny.
I can read them.
We don't have to read all of them, but some of them were really funny.
I am kind of zoomed in. Okay. So what do we have here? Wanted. Meats of all kinds. All cuts considered. No particular species preference. Freshness preferred. Find Emma, Peabody Avenue. Wholesome groceries at wholesome prices. For wholesome customers. Dry goods, sporting goods, fireworks. Visit Schaffner's General Store in Rivertown. That's cool.
Like, I just thought these were funny.
Oh, man, that's cool. Unwanted men's suits, approximately 125 in mostly good condition, some holes, minor stains, various sizes. 142 Garrison Street. This is awesome.
This one was funny too. This one.
Seeker seeks soulmate. All inquiries welcome. Meet at back booth of Wellness Diner, 9 p.m. If you played any Arkham Horror games or anything Arkham Horror related, like, you know what this stuff is.
Need a good cow. I don't know. I just thought these were clever. I was just reading through some before the stream started.
Oh my god, this is so good. So good. I love this kind of advertising stuff. This is great.
I just thought it was funny.
Strange Assailants, Stock Cemetery. Oh my god, so good. The Arkham Advertiser. Oh, so cool.
That was
funny. Neat. I like that. Another little advertising thing I got handed. There was like someone dressed up for Cephalofair, however you say it. In like the Buttons and Bugs, one of the characters was like cosplaying it or whatever and handing these out, like basically saying like, here's a side quest, complete your quest. I took this, I think it was on live stream when I grabbed it too, and then I put it in my pocket thinking I'll read it later. When did I read it? When I was at home.
This morning.
This morning. And it was a way just to get them to come to the booth. I thought it was like, oh, it's a promo card to throw in the game. Like, I'm not going to play this game and I don't need this promo card anymore, but I just took it for fun and like to see what it was. I'm like, I'll look at that later. But it was just a way to get to the booth to try to get a promo. So it's like completion unlocks exclusive promo. So it's just a cool little like themed way to get people to your booth, which I thought was neat. So like if, like if you're just a random person being handed this, you're like, I don't, what is this, But if you know what Gloomhaven is, you're like, oh, I get it. Okay. Like I see, let's not forget to go to this booth, And it's like, they could have handed you the promo. Instead, they printed a ton of these to get you to go to the booth, to get the promo, obviously, then maybe make some purchases and see what they got there and stuff like that. So it's like...
Yeah, RTFC. Yeah, we didn't RTFC until today.
Yeah. And
Too late.
I may have already got the promo. I don't even know, because out of an impulse buy related, I was walking by on the Thursday morning when I was rushing around grabbing things I wanted or just checking things out before the in-flight report. One of the booths I had to pass by was Cephalofair, or however you say it, the Gloomhaven booth. And when I was walking by, the guy was showing off Buttons and Bugs. And I remember some of the people here were asking, like, why are you playing it? Why don't you have it? Why didn't you back it? Why don't you talk about it? I was like, because I don't care about a tiny epic Gloomhaven version. You know what I mean? Like, I have big hands. I don't need travel versions of these games. I played that Dark Tomb, which was like a pocket-sized dungeon crawler. And that just didn't give me the greatest vibes. It was a cool idea, but it's just like, I don't really need to travel with my dungeon crawlers, I've learned. Although taking a Gen Con, that would be pretty clever, which I've said before. I'd rather carry something this big to the con to play, but it's only solo, right? So like, why am I bringing
this? Solo?
Yeah, so that's another reason why I'm like...
I thought we could play that together.
Yeah, I know. If I want to play solo games on stream, I like big, beautiful games that I can hold. Like, I don't need shrunken down versions. And I guess if I traveled for like work and I was by myself in a hotel, this would be super fun. But like going to Gen Con, I would take this. If it was multiplayer, that'd be super cool, but it's not. But when I was walking by the booth, they had them and they were $20. And that didn't make me buy it. What made me buy it was not the promos they were giving out that were exclusive scenarios or whatever. That didn't make me buy it. You know what made me buy it was the fact that I had cash in my wallet and they had a huge line around the booth. And they said, a guy stood up at the front right beside the checkout counter and says, anyone who wants to pay cash, come to me. And I was standing right there trying to get through their booth to another booth and was like, this was literally right beside him. A pile of these was on the counter. And I was like, I can buy this right now and give you $20 cash, no tax, nothing. He's like, and I get to let's walk away with it right now. He's like, yeah, you can skip the line. And I was like, $20? Like I literally was just standing right beside him when he yelled it out. And I was like in the right spot at the right time. So I literally turned over and was like, okay, here's $20. Like I literally had the money in my hand already. And I had a bag already that was running by from another booth. And I was like, yeah, sure. And so the fact that it was so convenient for $20 cash, no lineup, literally Thursday morning at like 20 minutes after the hall opened and their booths rammed. And I literally could just put this in my bag and the guy put this on and I'm like, boom, done. $20, see ya. I was in the booth for 30 seconds, not even. The best experience ever. They got me.
They did get him, eh?
So for that reason, and obviously people in the chat of live streams and comments and stuff are going, why aren't you playing Buttons and Bugs? You should check it out, Rob. You'll love it. that was in the back of my head. But if that moment never came up, I wouldn't have got it. And I didn't care to get it. But I was like, all right, like I can't complain. Like I wouldn't back this through Kickstarter. I would never, ever back this through crowdfunding and pay a bunch for it. And then all the shipping and stuff. Like maybe I would get it at a local game store if I was there playing like a Star Wars tournament already. I would buy it if it was a reasonable price. But yeah, $20 and it's like right there and I don't have to do any effort and I can carry this around a con, no problem. So that's the other advantage it has going for it. I put this in my bag and I don't even notice.
Right.
It's like, okay, I'll do it. But please do not get that confused with this is something that I must have and I was so happy to grab. It's just like, it was convenient. Maybe I'll love it. We'll see. I'll try it in the future.
Okay, this is really funny.
Yeah.
This is really funny. This is what I was waiting in line.
Aaron Hoop, thank you for clicking the join button down below and supporting the channel. As I probably should have shouted out at the beginning of the stream, this channel is fully supported, not by publishers. We're not paid to play anything. We maybe get provided review copies, but we are supported by the people who join the channel by clicking the join button and your super chats and stuff. So thank you so much for the support.
Thank you.
It means a lot. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you for allowing us to do this.
So I was in line waiting for the Genevieve Christmas ornament, and while I was doing that, the gentleman at the booth next door to it said, can we tell you about our games? Because what they had done was they kind of made a deal. Our line was blocking their booth, but he would kind of explain their game to all the people that are waiting in line in hopes that somebody would buy.
Yeah.
But to do that, he said we all needed to pull a die. So here's a die. I got a D12.
All that buildup was for this crappy generic D12 where the numbers are going to wear off after rolling it 3 times.
It's just something that was funny.
Mel, I'm impressed.
Put that in the bag.
That's like something I would do. I like that. You built that up really good. I'm impressed you're learning.
I put that in the bag and was like, what's
I'll throw it in my bucket of random dice.
It's a die that I got because I was standing in front of the booth while the guy was telling me about his games. Anyways.
You actually didn't throw it in the garbage bin right beside the booth after?
I put it in my pocket.
That's what I would have done.
Because I'm like, hey.
I don't need this trashy die.
D12. I don't know. He had like a bin of all different types of die, and then the guy in front of me is like, do I have to pick random or can I like select the die I want? He's like, no, take whatever die you want. That's the kind of stuff that happens at that.
Greg says this fence was killing me.
I know, I'm holding it in my hand too, right?
I was like, what is she going on with this for? I wasn't with her at that time. I was I didn't know what she was talking about. I was like, what the hell has she got in her hand?
Okay, another funny story. I guess I can maybe even use, I don't even think I need to use that, but another funny story. I was running.
Oh, I know what you want to do. Here, pass me that.
Yeah, I was running to one of the booths. We kind of talked about this, but I was running to the Roxley booth to pick up the Radlands expansion.
So let me rewind on that. I'm going to interrupt you for a sec. So as we've explained before in our preparation for Gen Con streams, preparing you for how to do it, which you can find below in the playlists. In the video description for this video, there's a playlist for Gen Con 2022 and 2023. In both those playlists, you'll find prep planning videos, like part 1, 2, 3, whatever. But we will talk about how closer to the con, sometimes even the morning of the first day of the convention, we'll grab one of these books, sit down at 8 a.m., 2 hours before the hall opens, get close to an entrance, one of these entrances that we want to get into, this one, this one, this one, or this one. This one down here doesn't open right away. This one over here doesn't open right away. But we will plan attack. And sometimes we do it at home in advance before going in past years, where we will have a list of games we want to grab, and ones that are limited, ones we'll find out when they're coming out at local game stores, whether we should just order them locally or not worry about them if they release the same day as the con or earlier at the con, or we can find them at a Target on the way down to the con or a Barnes & Noble. So we work out that list. Then we picture like what would people like to see on the channel versus what would we like to have and play with our niece and stuff like that. And we make this prioritized list. Then once we have this map, we sit down. This year we didn't really do it as well. We just kind of by the fly, we were looking at this before the con that morning, and we're like, you know what? Like, Asmodee, I think, is selling products again, which we used to run to when it was the FFG booth. And then I'm like, I want to grab ARCs. People are telling me to grab ARCs. And then that video game champion that I was looking at is at this booth. And then we also want to grab Radlands expansion Mel was just mentioning, which is at some booth that's like over here, over here somewhere.
No.
Roxley, right?
Yeah, it was like somewhere over here, 13 something, or like somewhere in here, I thought.
Roxley. It says Roxley Games is 2663. So that'd be aisle 26, booth 63, which is at the back somewhere. Right here. So Roxley Games is way back here. So we just started looking at games. There was other games too that were like up in this area or over here. Cephalofair was like somewhere up here or right here, somewhere maybe here. So we're like, okay, which entrance do we sit at? And sometimes I'm like, Mel, do we want to go to different entrances? And normally we would stay together and all go to booths together, maybe split up for one or two things if we cared. This year we didn't care as much. But then we kind of started caring because the FFG in-flight report switched to 11 a.m. And I was like, do we care to go to that? I was like, I want to go to that. But they put it at 11 a.m. So we have 1 hour in the hall to grab what we want. And we know some stuff's going to be limited. That literally will run out in 10 minutes. They'll be gone and won't be there for the rest of the con. But again, most of the things we looked at were like, oh, it'll be available like a month later or a week later, or it's already out. Who cares? But we were like, well, we're here. We might as well grab some of these things. They might be fun to bring back and play with, you know, earlier than waiting for them to come out. So Mel and I decided to be super efficient this year. We're like, let's split up. And the plan is we're going to go to like, I'm going to try to grab Mandalorian Adventures, for example, which we talked about in the stream before. And then Mel, you go grab Arcs. But then she starts hearing about Arcs is like more limited and she doesn't know anything about the Arcs booth and whatever. But we know about how to get stuff from FFG. We've done it in the past lots, and that's basically Asmodee, right? So then Mel's like, no. Can I go to the Asmodee booth instead, and you try to do the Leader Games one? And I'm like, all right, yeah, because I'm not afraid to like throw them bows, and like no one's gonna push me out of line and cut me off. It's just not gonna happen, okay? I don't let that happen. I will step on you. I don't care. Been doing it, like going to concerts when I was like late teens, early 20s, like. I'm the guy who gets in the mosh pit, the front row. I don't care. Fighting people for stuff, it's all good. I just do whatever. It'll heal later. But yeah, so I'll get what I want and I'll do it. This is just the way I'm raised. So I went there and Mel was going here, but then we go, who gets out of their line first? We don't know. Some lines move faster than others. Some lines are more efficient. You might get to the booth and be told the product is gone already. So then you just go, oh, now what? So we always have a plan of like, okay, you, for example, you go here, I go here. Whoever's done first, then goes to Arcane Wonders to try to grab whatever games we want. Then whoever's done there first, and we're messaging each other to keep each other updated where you are in line. Do they have any copies left? Are you leaving the line to go to another booth? And we both are sharing the same checklist of like knocking out games and what booths they're at and how much they cost and whatever, and prioritized. Just because we only had 1 hour to do it. So I cared more. I was like, if we can get this done by 10, or by 11 in 1 hour and get over the FFG thing before it starts, that would be amazing. If we don't, not losing sleep over it, but let's try for fun. Let's make a game out of it. Let's see if we can do it. So I said, bye, Mel. When we got into the hall in the morning, we ran in we walked quickly through this entrance. We like got there at 8 a.m. We were right up front. Anyone who was watching our live stream knew we were like right there. And we then split up. So Mel went here somewhere and I went up here, and then I was done first. So I went here, met some awesome people that watched the channel on my way there and waiting in lines and stuff, super fun. And then I passed through here, or up here somewhere to get somewhere else, and Cephalofair or whatever was there. And that's where that Cephalofair thing happened. But back to Mel, I was done here. So then I told Mel, like, since you're still stuck in the Asmodee and I've already hit like 3 booths and got like 4 games or whatever, I'm like, you're getting the Roxley expansion, wherever the hell that is. Yeah. And we didn't really plan that. We just said whoever was done over in this area first makes their way to wherever that is.
And I knew it was this direction, right? So as soon as I was done, I just kind of like run down this line, and I'm looking at my phone trying to find the number, which was whatever we said, 26, somewhere like in this area, right? And I'm standing there, like I get to the booth and I'm like, this is not the Roxley booth. I'm like super confused because it was something similar to like the woodworking signs. Like it was very different. I'm like, am I in the wrong one? I'm looking at the phone, like trying to figure it out. Then I said to myself, I'm just going to ask this lady that's in this booth because maybe she has an idea. Anyways, she says to me, yes, there was an error in the book. Roxley booth is here, and here's a card for you. So then I said, okay, great. So wherever I was, 2-6 something, like I'm somewhere up here, and they say the booth is now somewhere like right here.
Oh, 3032, so it's on the last aisle.
Okay. So then I'm like, okay, I'll do that. So I come down this line, and this...
Actually, you were messaging me saying, I can't find their booth. Can you help me? And I
Well, I
was
was like, what number do you have? Because I thought maybe he knew.
yeah, but we were sharing the same document, so I'm like, let me check. I'm like, this is the number I have.
And
but
I'm looking
but I didn't
here.
have this book yet to even check. So then I was like, she's like, it's not the right booth. I'm like, you know what? If they switch booths, that is insane. That all their marketing material and the guide, even the digital one, has the wrong number
Yeah,
in
because
it.
I was looking at the digital one. I wasn't looking at this.
Yeah, so we were using the digital book, which they totally can edit, but it has the wrong booth number. Imagine you paid for a booth at Gen Con and like your number got switched and like people couldn't even find you. That's crazy. That sucks. So Mel's like, what do I do? I message her back. I'm like, I don't know,
have no
check their
idea where
Twitter,
this is.
check their social media. Like maybe they realized that there was a mistake and they've announced it. Sure enough, I found on Twitter, it was like, hey guys, who were coming to our booth in the morning, the number's been switched, we got moved or whatever. There was a typo or a mistake. And then Mel's like, oh, I figured it out. And she got the card. But like, we're like, I'm in line, I'm holding games under my arms and stuff. And I'm like, I don't know what to do. Like, I'm not
I don't
sure.
know which way to run. I don't know which aisle to go down. Anyways, I come down this aisle because I'm like, okay, I know now where it is. And I know it's on this last aisle. And it was like wall to wall people. I was moving like a step every like minute.
Oh no.
It was so bad. I'm like, I don't even think I'm going to make it to the booth. Anyways, I did. I got there. And I got the Radlands expansion. Again,
Yay.
long story to get to where that was, but it was an experience for me.
I'm assuming this means that it's the plastic cards, right?
Yeah.
You better not have screwed
I
up
asked him.
or I'm going to lose it.
I asked him.
It feels heavy, so it must be.
So
I was even telling Mel, I'm like, Mel, if you're getting this, make sure you get the right edition.
I did.
Don't get screwed and grab the paper cards, okay?
No. I asked him for sure. And I
Okay.
said for sure, because I'm going to get in trouble if I get the wrong one. So I came in this entrance and ended up going all the way to the booth, like up here.
Which if you
When I
were
was
there,
done.
if you're in the hall on a Thursday, it's like a sea of people everywhere. People are trying to kill each other to get through and everyone's just pushing everybody. It's like, it's too packed. For the aisles are way too thin at this con. Way too thin.
And for these smaller booths, they don't have anywhere to line up. So you're just literally lining up in front of the booth. So both sides are lined up and everybody else is trying to make their way through the small middle both ways.
Yeah.
Right? Which is, and there's strollers and all this stuff. It was nuts.
And people at those corners are like stopped at booths at those corners talking to people and picking up games and looking at things are also taking up that real estate in the traffic area, you know?
And then, now remember, Rob's on this side of the convention. So now I get this and I said, okay, now where to meet? And he's like, okay, I had to meet him like somewhere up here. So I'm like, okay, I'm going to go all along this back wall and sneak all the way through until I met back up with him. So I went all the way over there and then all the way back.
I'm not
as
sure
quickly as I possibly could.
I'm not sure the scale of the map, but let me show you this maybe. Here is the downtown map. Okay. Do we have a pen? Oh, maybe it'll work. Okay. So there's an NFL football stadium. There's like a city block like here. Okay. Here's an entire hotel. Here's a large hotel, the Hyatt Regency, the Westin, the Marriott. These are large downtown major U.S. city hotels. There's the Marriott. Okay. A whole hotel, right? These are big hotels taking up like part of a city block, right? Here's the convention center. Okay. And then I'm going to say the exhibit hall is roughly, I think it's like about, I think it's like this, maybe like in there somewhere. So that map is like this area all the way up to this area-ish. Well, actually, there's a hallway here. So it's like about this. So it's like 1, 2-ish city blocks wide and like 1 city block tall, if that makes sense.
I ran like 3 city blocks, like to go there and then back.
So like
in a sea of people, it was crazy.
So picture whatever city you know where you're like, like you're at one intersection, you run to the next one, you're like halfway through the hall, and then you run all the way to the other side where Roxy's booth was, you ran another city block, and then like, but you ran it through crowds of people and like also zigzagged through aisles and like maybe kind of even backtracked a little and didn't realize, and then it's like you're never just running straight. And
you were lost a little bit at the same time.
Yeah. You're like, look up, you're like, oh, I went 2 aisles over too far. Let me go back. Like, it's a mess. But you can always look up at the ceiling and kind of see which aisle you're in.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Anyways, that was my funny story about that.
So I would also say, compare it to this football stadium. This is probably like the exhibit hall is maybe the size of a football field.
Oh yeah.
Or more. Probably more.
Probably more.
but I'm just guessing, like it's hard to tell exactly. But yeah.
It's still on there. Okay, I just really want to quickly get to Ruby's question. It says, can you tell me the difference between subscribing to the channel and joining the channel? I've really enjoyed the live Gen Con coverage. Thank you so much, Ruby.
So subscribing to the channel is free. It's a way to tell YouTube that you're interested in content we do, and it will add you to the subscription feed on YouTube. So if you're on YouTube on the app or the website or whatever, on the left side of your screen or in the menu you pop out, you'll see like you can see your history, subscription, popular trending stuff, whatever. But look for subscriptions, and when you click on that, anything that you subscribe to, any recent content will be shown in there. So if you subscribe to a bunch of different channels you like, you can always go to your subscription feed and see that. Also, when you subscribe to a channel, beside the subscribe button is a notification bell. And you can click that after you subscribe, and then you can pick the level of notifications you want to get on your like mobile app or whatever to let you know when content is posted from that specific channel. So if you want to see sometimes or like all the time, you can turn that up or down once you subscribe to a channel. So that's a benefit of subscribing. So then you could get notified exactly when we go live on your mobile device. If your notifications are on, you'll get notified. Oh, Rob's live. Oh, but he's playing this game. Swipe it away. I don't care. Or maybe I want to go watch. So subscribe to the channel is a way to kind of stay in tune with the channel, not lose the channel in the sea of YouTube, of the bajillions of channels that are out there. Then joining is a way to support us. Joining is like subscribing to like a subscription to the channel every month. Throw some money at us in there to just like give you member access. You have emojis. You show up with a special die beside your name in the chat, a special color. Sometimes I do member only streams. It gets you access to our private member only Discord where you can chat with other people who hang out in our community. When we're not streaming, you can keep in touch through there and play games with each other online in there, share pictures and stories and talk about whatever. So being a member to the channel is a way to keep me doing this full time and allowing us to like actually have a channel, because I don't get paid by publishers. I literally let the viewers of the channel support the channel. So if you don't care about my content, you don't want to see it forever, don't watch it and don't support it like that, right? So thank you to everyone who supports us, and not everyone needs to support the channel like that. Just watching is amazing. That helps other people find the channel, right? But it's if you want to go that next thing. If you feel that like anything I've done or Mel has done here has brought you any kind of like value and want to throw a tip our way, think of it as like tipping us. Like, oh, you like the entertainment, here's a tip, right? Or I helped you see a game that you're like, oh, that game is not for me, but Rob took a lot of time working on it and you know you care. Like, yes, this is my job. Yes, I make it look like maybe it's like not comparable to a normal job and I don't deserve to be paid because it's whatever, but this is what I do for a living. So it does take work. And thank you to everyone that supports the channel. So that's what the difference is.
Thank you. Yes. And how much does it cost to join the channel? I think it's $4.99, right?
Yeah, it's like $5 US.
$4.99, $5 a month US.
I've been asked to create higher tiers, and I'm going to do it at some point, but like I feel already blessed enough when someone gives me $5 of their hard-earned money every month. And like, I appreciate it. And I want to keep it low so like more people could do it. And then it's like a little bit from everybody I feel is better than like a lot from very few.
Yeah.
If that makes sense. Because I know money is like, you know, yeah, people work hard for it usually. Except for Dragon Shadow, I would assume doesn't. But most people work hard for it. So yeah, so, just kidding.
Yeah, so we really appreciate that. As well, you can also click the like button. That also helps as well.
Yes,
so
yes.
Thank you.
So,
or you can also do what Matthew Rose did. Thank you, Matthew Rose. Thank you.
And also, I know some people hate subscriptions, and I hate that you subscribe nowadays. Like, we subscribe to like all these different channel things to get our media, and we subscribe to this website for this and that, and we all have all these subscriptions and gym memberships, all these things we forget about. Everything's subscription, right? So like, you don't have to subscribe if you don't want to, but if you do want to support the channel, other ways you can do that are, there is Patreon, which is subscription, but I think the YouTube way is cooler. Because there's more bonuses to that. But the other way, is Mel was just going to say, or did say, is the super chats like Matthew just did in there.
Thank you, Matthew.
You don't need to be a member for that, but you can just every now and then, like you could drop a super chat and you don't even have to say anything. But that is another way. It does help the channel and is a way to support the channel, like whenever you feel like it. And also being a member to the channel, this is something I want to make clear, and I've said it before. If you can only be a member for like 1 month and then you cancel it and then we're not playing anything you like, and then later a year from now we play something you like and you're like, okay, I'll be a member again. And don't feel bad about that. Come and hang out the whole time if you want. If like you can't support us or it just doesn't feel right, don't do it.
Yeah.
Or do it for a little bit here and a little bit there. I don't give a crap, right? But there's people that always come back and like, oh, I'm sorry, I wasn't supporting for the last few months and like I couldn't because of this. It's like
no need to ever say anything.
you never have to
You're
explain
always
yourself.
welcome no matter what.
Yeah, the fact you even support us at all at any point makes you better than most of the people here to begin with. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, it's like never ever feel bad and don't ever feel like you have to stay subscribed. Just sit in the chat and hang out and make fun of me. You can do that at any time. It's all good. It doesn't matter. So yeah, just keep that in mind.
Matthew, thank you.
Well, thank you, Matthew, for the super chat. It says value. Let's stretch it.
Thank
and Greg's
you.
been a member for 29 months.
29 months. Thank you so much.
Jeez Louise. And also, it does keep track of your how long you've been a member, adding up the months you are, and even if you have breaks in between. So don't ever feel like...
You won't lose your status.
Yeah. So don't ever feel like, oh, I supported for like 11 months and then I had to leave. That sucks. It's like, but if you come back in a year, it'll still continue it after that and add to it, which is neat.
Yep.
That's cool that YouTube did that. I appreciate that because like it feels dumb to like kind of make people forced into that FOMO kind of stuff. And like, I like it.
So thank you, Greg, for 29 months. You have to read Greg 29 month.
Says $5 a month is well worth it for the hours of great content I watch in a month. I appreciate that.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Ruby Revolution, $2.
That was Ruby who was asking the questions. Thank you, Ruby. Thank you.
Thanks for bringing Gen Con to us couch sitters.
I love that. You're
From
so
a fellow
welcome.
couch sitter, you're welcome.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
You think my feet hurt from Gen Con really because all the heavy stuff I was carrying? No, it's because I'm very inactive in my daily job and life. Being a board gamer and content creator, I don't really move that much. I need to make more content running through forests like I have in the past.
So the last
to get me off my butt.
So the last month before Gen Con will be all vlog style.
Yeah.
We'll always be, and I'll be like running behind trying to catch up.
Mel's holding the board of a solo board, and I'm playing like buttons and bugs on it, filming like vlogging with one hand, and I'm like sweating, walking through like a trail, you know, and then like my daughter's like squirting like water on me, like hydrating me, you know, like just like a goalie like shooting water in their mouth, you know. Of course, I reference hockey. Belko, thank you so much for the super chat.
Thank you so much.
Member one.
I don't know why I can't like that one. I don't know. That's weird.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Belko.
Probably has something to do with the animated image in it, but that does look cool.
That looks cool. That looks cool.
Thank you so much, guys. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much. And then
all that, like, Ruby, thank you for bringing that up, is I always forget to, like, I hate asking for that kind of stuff, and, like, you know, because enough people I feel like support the channel, it feels really good. I already feel blessed that I don't need to beg or anything. I appreciate that. But yeah, thank you for bringing it up, because then it, like, people start getting crazy, and I love it.
One of the bonuses, as you'll see, is what people are using here, is you get a 1 month super chat as well, where you can post something in the chat. You can show off how long you've been a member for the channel.
Some people save those to yell at me when I totally miss a rule correction in the chat, and it gets off the screen, and I'm like playing and wondering why something's broken, and then all of a sudden a bunch of them will use that super chat to like pop on the screen and be like, idiot, read the chat. Somebody already told you that you made a mistake, you know?
Oh, Edward's here showing off his gold die. Been a member for 12 months. Thank you so much, Edward. Thank you.
Thank you, Edward.
You have to read his message.
And you can also give subscriptions to others. I've been recipient of some gifts on here. Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
Some people have been members for like, maybe they supported the channel once or twice, but then sometimes because they're active on the channel, will increase your odds that YouTube will give you a gifted membership when someone gifts memberships to the channel. So sometimes you can add to that and stay a member even when you like can't support, just by being here and being active, which that is another thing that like YouTube didn't have to do, but it supports people who are like just here. And I think it's a really neat thing.
Yeah.
I think it's really neat. So back to like the stuff we got.
Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry. Hold on. They got a couple more here.
I'm going to ignore C. Mitch and Jacko. That's fine. I mean, what?
C. Mitch, thank you so much. Did I like that one? Yeah.
Joining in on the fun. Chugga chugga choo choo. Yeah, another train.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And Jacko's, I don't think Jacko's has popped yet. Thank you.
Locator says you need to play chip theory games if you play outside. On the sweat would wipe right off of 20 strong. Yes.
Oh, okay.
I said buttons and bugs, but I really should have said 20 strong. That's the correct answer there. Yes. So Mel's holding like a, you know, like probably like a takeout food tray, and like I have 20 strong set up on it, and like, you know, she's trying not to like accidentally like tip the decks and like all the cards slide everywhere. Yeah, that would be fun. Just so I can be active, yeah.
Thank you, Jacko. No message, just dropping.
Thank you, Jacko.
Super chat on the table. Thank you so much. You
Mike,
did not need to do that.
Mike, you're good. You can stop being a member and everything for like life now. You're good. You've supported me enough. I think we're good now. Okay, you can just stop doing those, please. Thanks. You can stop.
That's funny. Thank you so much. Thank you.
I won't ban you from the chat now for like at least a year. Like at least a year, I won't put you in timeout. I think no matter what you say, you've definitely bought some leeway. I think you've definitely bribed me. Zach, Locator 2 with the painted, another special one. Like I know I said it this year, but like this is gone in the stack with Zach's like painted Pittsburgh Penguin like hockey team for that game. Yeah, that's like yeah. You guys
are too kind.
Yeah.
You spoil him.
Bastards.
Thank you.
Bastards making me cry.
Brian, yes, we are talking about you.
Also, I forgot in my head, Ryan. I saw Ryan. Good to see you again, by the way. I saw Ryan talking in the chat earlier and was like, oh, I need to shout that out.
Hi, Ryan.
But I had to wait for Mel to finish talking. Says, I miss Gen Con so much. But Ryan, good to see you. Says, just realized I never updated my card on Patreon. I had to get a new one. Oh,
no problem. You don't need to
Ryan, it's like, who cares, man? Don't worry about it.
It's all good.
I don't check and like go, let's see who's causing trouble. I only check when somebody's like, Rob, I just got an email saying this thing failed. I'm so sorry. I messed this up. And I'm like, oh, let me check. Oh, yeah, it says your credit card's like expired or you put in the wrong account or something. It's like, but it's okay. Like, don't worry about it.
No worries. Brian, thank you so much.
Brian says, were you talking about me when you said someone who has been away for a while?
Yeah. How have you been?
Yes.
Yes, it's been
Brian
a while.
S.
We haven't seen you in a long while. How have you been?
Yeah, so I was thinking about you before. Not today, though. But I was thinking about you before.
It's not today, but...
I dreamed about you one time. We were at a park having a picnic together. It got romantic. I mean, never mind. I shouldn't mention that on the internet. Yeah. Hope you're doing well. We miss your dad jokes and your sense of humor. Hope you're doing okay. I assume I'm not playing games you like or I offended you somehow. That's mostly the two reasons why people just disappear for a while. But I hope it's not health related or anything like that. I hope you're doing well.
Just enjoying life.
I hope you're doing good.
Ryan, thank you so much for becoming a producer and clicking the join button. Thank you.
Ryan, you're crazy.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ryan. Good to see you.
Okay, are we back to caught up here?
Also, it could be because Brian didn't pay his internet bill. Totally understood. As a board gamer, when you start like buying too many Kickstarters online and stuff, you might forget to pay your bills and things. Your credit card gets maxed out and stuff. Totally fine. Anyways, so back to this. I didn't even get to see this yet.
I 100% asked him. I said, I need the deluxe. This is the PVC cards, whatever.
Yeah, but did you get the, it says it's not a standalone game, Mel. You need a copy of Radlands Deluxe or Super Deluxe to play. It's cool that they actually cleared that up on there, not the regular version. So that's how you also know this is the proper one with the PVC cards. Did you get the game so we could play it?
No. Oh. You've only had this on the list.
I'm just kidding. We already have the game.
I know. But yes.
Yeah, just a little deck of cards.
Yeah, just a little deck of cards,
A camp expansion.
This one was another one where they let you kind of bypass the line if you had cash.
Oh, if you had cash?
Yeah.
I like when they do that.
That's everything I got. Yeah, that will.
I like when they do that.
Okay, you guys want to see some games now, probably? I think that, because we'll do these two with the things.
I think I've done everything on my side. Oh, yeah, before that.
Oh, nope, not games yet.
Totally boring, nobody cares about, and unrelated, but I love spending money on this every year to help, keep games organized and more streamable and laid out on the screen better for you guys. So yes, as tradition, I went to the Meeple Source booth and found some more game trays or whatever to buy some that I wanted to help me store campaign games that are in progress or help me get things laid out nicely on the stream for you guys. Keep things organized. So there's where some of the money went. I always have to go there and I make a list before I go of, here's the ones I loved and I want these ones and these sizes based on ones I've used before and ones I like. So I started looking through other games and things. So yeah, it took me a little while to put that together. But they had them all the ones I wanted were there, which was nice.
Oh, Brian has been in Italy this summer. That's amazing.
They let you stay there? That's weird.
That's amazing. The other
you got through airport security there? I don't know, man.
That's amazing. The other time I always think about Brian S. is whenever I'm buying any kind of spicy cheesy. If he gets
he always for
gets
sure.
me.
Yep,
yeah.
I remember that.
Yeah. So anyways.
You have not offended me at all. I've been really busy going to Italy this summer. Come Dolce fuori un gelato per favor. I don't know what the hell you're saying.
Something about the caramel gelato, right? Something like that.
Obviously.
That's all I can get from that.
Something about some expensive purse or something, I think. I don't know. Some special designer type purse or something he's talking about. I don't know. Something about wine and pasta or something. I don't know what you're saying. All right, here's one game we grabbed. Got a copy. Thanks to Jacko in the chat to let us know this was not there the first day. So that also helped us get out of the hall a little quicker and not have to go back there. It was cool that I didn't have to go look for 25th Century's booth at all on the first day because they didn't get any copies of this. And they weren't getting any copies till day 2 of Gen Con, and then they would have plenty, was the information. So we just went on the second day, we were in the area, and we're like, oh, there's the booth. They had piles. They were sold out by the end of the con.
Yeah.
But they had piles, so I was able to grab one. If I couldn't grab it there, I was just going to order it locally. Very easy game to get. I think later this summer, they're coming out to retail. I had trouble getting Resist, but I think now that I pay more attention, I would be able to get this in September. But we grabbed a copy there. Don't have to worry about trying to hunt it down like I did Resist. But it's just like a different version of Resist, basically. But people told me it's better, and I like it more, and I want to try it, so I'll play this at some point solo on the channel. So stay tuned.
I think we'll put them like that for now.
Oh yeah, also your support there in the chat and super chats and memberships, I should mention, also support us going to the conventions, buying things, buying games locally, camera equipment, all that stuff. It's not just, not just survival, it's like actual stuff like that. The witchcraft that we're playing on the channel is like supported by that. So we appreciate it.
Yes, thank you so
So
much.
that's what being a member does. It like helps
Can you
me
just zoom out a bit?
buy games and things. Yeah.
Okay.
So this is one game that also there's 2 games I need to mention that we purchased online that should come this week that are like Gen Con related because they were on our list. But I chose to just order them locally before we left, actually, because I didn't want to try to get them there, and they were cheaper here, and they were coming out within the week of Gen Con. So I'll talk about those in a minute. But Comic Hunters is one kind of related to that. I saw online before going to the con, which has happened in past years, people talking about, hey, everyone, this game that's exclusive at the con and everyone's going to run for and try to kill each other for that has limited copies is actually showing up in retail early. And this was one of those. And somebody said at Barnes & Noble was already seeing copies. So the day of, Mel and I are driving down, and I'm like, let's try to find some Barnes & Nobles on the way. And I found some that were on the drive. But then I went, before we go to some of those, and we pulled off to get some gas, I was like, let's look in their online inventory. Can you actually see if a store has stock on a game? And they did. You could go on their website and pick a game. Comic Hunters was in the database. Then what I did was there was probably like 8 or 9 Barnes & Nobles on our 9-hour drive through the different states, Michigan, Ohio, Indiana. But I looked in there and almost all of them had no stock. But you could pick the game and say, I want to pick it up at a store, and it would tell you if the store could have it ready in a couple hours. That to me told me that they definitely have it in stock. So I found one that was kind of a little bit in north of Detroit. It was out of the way by a little bit, but it was the only one I could find on the whole trip that had any officially in stock left. But people on were saying, check your local Barnes & Noble, you could maybe get this without having to get in a lineup at the con or wait for it or carry it around. And I was like, well, that's music to my ears. And in the past, we found driving down, we stop in Targets and Walmarts and things. And sometimes you can find some of these games that are like con exclusive, get it here first. We're literally like put on the shelf the week of Gen Con or the week before Gen Con. And you could just get them there and throw them in your car and not have to carry them around the convention or sometimes pay a better price. So this was there. We went to Barnes & Noble on the way down. We stopped in. I went in and said, where's your board game section? We went to the back. We were looking through it. And I couldn't find it. I was like, oh no, maybe it's a stock error. So we went up front and the lady at the register says, can I help you? We're like, we're looking for Comic Hunters. She finds it in her database. She's like, yep, we have some here somewhere. Did you look in the board game section? I'm like, are you joking? Like, where do you think it just came from? But in the Barnes & Noble, they had board games all around the store. So they would have end of the aisles that had like Dungeons and Dragons theme. So it would have RPG books, novels, Dungeons and Dragons themed, toys, pop culture, little bobbleheads and stuff. And then it would have like a D&D board game on the shelf. And then there'd be like a horror themed end cap to an aisle that would have all these horror books and magazines and comics and some horror board games mixed in. And there were just like these themed demo tables that had like Marvel stuff spread out on them, but no Comic Hunters.
No.
I was like, huh, and Star Wars themed areas and stuff like this with Star Wars novels and Star Wars comics and Star Wars games and toys and stuff, right? Underwear and socks and things. Um, but I was like, I could not find this game. And I'm like, I bet they don't have any left, or there's like one left somewhere, or an employee bought it or took it or something, and they didn't update the thing. So she has like 2 employees are walking around the whole store looking for it. I'm like, and then I asked the girl, I'm like, okay, we've been walking around for like 15 minutes looking for this. They have walkie-talkies, they're like radioing each other. I just want to get back on my drive
The
to Gen Con.
manager's involved.
Yeah, the manager's involved. They're like walking around with walkie-talkies, like radioing each other. Like, I can't find it in this section. Did you check that section? They're like, psh, psh, psh. Nope, not over here, not over here. So I find one of the girls wandering around. I'm like, excuse me, I have a question for you. Let's say in a magical world, I were actually to order this on your website and click it for pickup. And it says I can pick this up within 2 hours at your store. Is this literally the process you guys follow? If I were to place an order on your website right now and say, I want to come pick this up in 2 hours, you guys would all be running around like chickens with your head cut off and can't find this in your store? Like, how the hell do you find something in your store if like you literally have no idea where it is? And they're like, the girl looks at me and like, she's like embarrassed. She's like, I'm kind of new here. I'm not actually sure, sir. I'll check with my manager. I'm like, we drove, added like probably an extra hour on our trip going to and from this place. Plus now we're wasting time in this store. I'm like, why did I do this? I'm not saving myself any. I could have probably just went to their booth on one of the mornings and grabbed the game now. It probably would have been easier. It was still easier to do it this way. But then it was funny. Some employee in the back was like, I found the boxes. Then the manager has to come out and she like comes out with the box and she's like, I am so sorry. We had this in the back. It was put into inventory, but nobody stocked them yet. We just got it yesterday. I am so sorry. We're going to stock these right now. Don't worry. I'm like, I don't care what you do with the other copies. Just give me mine. And she's like, here you go. I'm like, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Because like I was not leaving there without them showing me where the copy was that was in stock. Like I did not come all this way. And then the one girl's like, you could just order it online, sir. We'll ship it to you. I'm like, no, you don't ship to Canada, so that's not happening. Get me my copy. Like, show me.
Somewhere in the store.
Start checking employee lockers. Somebody stole it. It's there. But yeah, they had a whole box. They just never opened it, and then somebody accidentally put it in inventory for sale when it's not actually on the floor. So they did screw up. But it would have been funny. Like, if I ordered it online and just like went there to pick it up, I'd be standing there like an idiot while they're looking around their store with walkie-talkies. It's like, we're in 2024 with like computerized inventory systems. This is how you guys handle it? Like,
we probably should have done that though now when we think about it, because the time that it took us to get there, they probably would have had it ready, right? They would have spent that 2 hours that we were driving looking for this game between all 3 of them.
They pay like 10 people in the store at a time to work. 8 of them are just literally there like hunting through the store for like online orders. They're like, it's like so crazy. Nobody records where they put anything on the floor.
I thought that was insane. It doesn't have even like a section.
Yeah, nothing. They're like, did you check the board games? Like, and then there's like 3 of them looking through every board game, like pulling them out off the shelf, looking behind and stuff. Like, I'm like, oh my God.
We already did that.
So yeah, don't go to Barnes & Noble if you're looking for anything specific. Only go there if you just want to browse and like maybe find something fun.
Yeah, you might stumble across something.
They had a great board game section though. I will give them that. Their gaming section is pretty top notch actually. Like it definitely was better than Target's from what we saw this year. They're definitely getting better. Barnes & Noble's always been pretty good with the tabletop gaming stuff, but yeah, they had some nice stuff there for sure. Like, yeah, I was kind of impressed. And it was very clean and organized. That was the other thing. I was like, I definitely would be here with all the superhero themed games if it were out on the floor. I thought, I'm like, there's no empty space. But yeah, yes, we were comic hunters. Hunting comic hunters, hunting hunters. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was funny. But so anyways, yeah, I grabbed it on the way down the con to save myself from waiting in a line and rushing for it and everything. But yeah, we ended up spending like probably 20 minutes wandering around a Barnes & Noble trying to find it. But we did go to a Target. And one game we grabbed, and I feel kind of dirty I did this, because one thing I complain about that happened in video games, I don't know what, in the 90s maybe, when EA, Electronic Arts, started, and eventually Activision started doing this, where they started making yearly releases of like sports games and Call of Duty, and literally just taking the same code and updating a roster, maybe adding like one new feature, maybe adding a couple arenas. Like it probably is like 2 months of work and they sell you a whole new game full price every year. I hate annualized releases with like no changes basically. Like no work put in, they're just there to like, it basically becomes a subscription with like no real payoff. It's just like lazy. But there's one board game manufacturer who also started doing this recently, and it bugs me, is the Horrified series. So the original Horrified was like, when it came out, was like kind of like a surprise hit. I loved it. Great family weight co-op game. I played it multiple years in a row. I'd still pull it out, play it off stream yearly with my family, still have fun with it. But then they started releasing every year a new Horrified. And people are running to get them, but I'm like, it's like, why do you need a new Horrified? Like, how often are you playing your current Horrified that you need like another one on the shelf? But then what happens is people just fall in love with something and they're like, even if it's just a small change, new art, new bosses, whatever, it's like just playing it again is fun, and people like collecting stuff and whatever. I guess a whole Kallax cube full of Horrifieds probably looks pretty cool. But I didn't want to support that kind of thing. Not really a fan of it. I get kind of like, you know, when a new series keeps coming out with the same game over and over again, it's like, here's our hot new release at Gen Con is another Horrified. Wow, great. Like, I don't care. I don't need another one. If I want my Horrified fix, I pull the other Horrified. But they got us this year. So they had Cthulhu in it, and it looked sick, and I was like, all right. And I start reading the back of the box. I'm like, what do they got in here now? Guys, they made a Cthulhu-themed game and included a bag. Just because of that, I had to support it. Companies need to start including bags and not telling you to find an opaque container to play with. Instantly, I have to support that kind of practice. But this is compatible with the other one, the Greek Monsters one, which I refuse to buy.
Oh yeah, that's what we're doing.
But what I'm going to do, literally with the real reason why I bought it, was because I think this would be a cooler theme. It just looked cooler even than the original. But my niece and their family, if they haven't bought a Horrified yet,
I don't think they have.
I'm just going to gift them my existing Horrified, and this is my new Horrified.
Yeah. So we're just upgrading.
We're just replacing. And we're going to gift the other one. So I don't have two Horrifieds. I still only have one. And maybe we'll play this at Halloween time and just see what's different about it. But now I have a new Horrified to play every year. But don't do what I do. Like, don't keep buying these. Like, they need to just make a good one and maybe come out with an expansion for it. They don't need to make a whole new one every year. I think that's so weird. It's like, yeah, but... So we bought that.
We bought that one.
And I felt dirty doing it, to be honest. But we did it.
I guess FYI, we bought everything that we've showed so far, right? We have there. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Yeah. We paid for all this. Like, yeah, embarrassingly, some of it. Anyways.
Okay. So one game that
you can talk about this.
I had mentioned in our Gen Con preview that kind of caught my eye and maybe wasn't super, super well known to everybody, but was Intent to Kill. So again, this one caught my eye when I was looking through the Gen Con preview list, and it looked like a game that, one, I really liked true crime, so does Rob. It's a 2-player game where we can kind of play against each other with one person.
Yeah, try to figure out the killer.
Yeah, one person being the killer and one person is kind of the detective that's trying to figure out what's happening. So, I mean, again, I don't know if this is going to be a great game, but I'm super excited to play this. So this was more of a game that I really just wanted to have. Not easy to get. Like, you can't buy this at our local stores.
Correct.
So,
yes.
Yeah.
This is one we can't buy locally.
Yeah.
It's not available in Canada. It'll eventually will be. I'm sure they'll find a publisher for North America. But it was one of those ones that, like, we see that every now and then at Gen Con will be an actual game that's not released in our country even.
Yeah.
That you can only get there. And it's in no database. No distributor has plans of releasing it. They don't even have a publisher to distribute it or anything like that. And this was one of those. And it looked cool. It had a theme we liked. And like we mentioned on that previous Gen Con stream, if we could get a copy, whatever. And they had tons even till the end of the con. They had a lot of them. So I don't think a lot of people are really like realizing this was there. But for us, it's cool, and it's like one of those things that's like, we got this at Gen Con because like we could only get it at Gen Con. I know in like a year it might be like mass market and shelves everywhere and everyone can get it all the time. And that's totally fine.
Yeah, that's fine. Then we can say you heard it here first.
Yeah, it looked neat. And maybe in Europe it's like easy to get already. I don't even know.
Yeah.
But
it's just something I was excited for, and I was glad that we were able to get it.
Yeah, it was cool to see Mel actually have a game that's just like, yes, I want to get it. And I was like, yeah, I'd play that. It looks cool. And yeah, some people are playing it there and talking about it and saying it's good and stuff.
Yeah, so Stacy from the channel, she also picked up a copy of this, and her and Jacko on the Saturday had started a game. I think that they had gotten about 2 turns in before distractions and whatever, but so I'd be curious also to hear their thoughts on it. But
so related to the Horrified, yes, Brian, reading the back of how the Cthulhu worked made it sound like more of a game to it and sounded interesting. So I wanted to try it too. It wasn't just because it had a bag or because I wanted to replace my Horrified or anything. I was reading on the back like, okay, what does it do different? And I was like, okay, that sounds kind of neat. I'll try that. And it was reasonably priced and everything, so we did it. But
yeah, Seamish just reminds me of Clue. Yes, very much like the old, like the adult version, I guess.
It's like a cooler version of Clue, like kind of like a modernized looking version.
Yeah, and it's something that might be fun kind of as well to play on stream.
That's what I thought. I thought it'd be a good two-player like against each other.
With like all of us acting as detectives, maybe against Rob.
Look at the icon they use for players. 2 to 4 players. They got like Freddy's face basically and Jason's mask. That's fun.
So I'm definitely excited for this one. So
yeah, anything involving a serial killer I think is cool.
Yeah. So we can again chat versus all of us as detectives trying to. Yes, we will play on stream.
Yeah, we're gonna try. Yeah. We're gonna try.
Yeah, I would like to.
That's why we got that one for sure. Because I thought it would be fun to try.
Okay. So, I think we have to zoom a little bit. Sorry. No worries. So again, as Rob kind of hinted at, I ran to Asmodee first, and this was what I was able to pick up.
Yeah, this should be out in stores, at least in the US now. I don't know when it's coming out in Canada, if it already did or not, but...
I'm actually really looking forward to this because I really liked Mandalorian.
This is what I would describe so far from what I've seen is like Jaws of the Lion meets Star Wars is kind of the vibe I get, where like you're just playing a little adventure in a book and playing on maps and trying to complete little sessions. And obviously it's probably not near as complicated as that, of course. It's a little more new player friendly, I would say, a little less barrier of entry, but just the style of it, like a small little game-ish, you know. Jaws of the Imperial Salt. Yes, yes, Edward, that's a perfect title for it. Yeah. I don't know if it's exactly that because I haven't played it yet. So, but we want to play it. We want to try it. We love The Mandalorian.
Yeah, we get to play through season 1 of The Mandalorian. Yeah. So I'm excited for this.
So if you want to do that with us, we'll probably do it on stream. Stay tuned.
If you don't want spoilers for season 1 of The Mandalorian, you better start watching because we'll be playing that.
Or if you don't care, still watch it because who cares if you don't never gonna watch the show, whatever.
Oh, that one's heavy.
So
heavier than I thought.
Yeah. This is also one of the games that I don't know when or if it's coming to Canada, and it wasn't an easy thing to grab, but it's the one I talked about before that was like themed around being a kid in the 80s/90s, trying to buy and rent video games and get money to do so and play them and beat them and get a hold of strategy magazines and stuff to help you. It's just like a little like point salad-y kind of game with a kind of 90s video game rental store kind of theme, and instantly I was like, all right, I gotta try it. It might suck, but it has a theme on it that like obviously sings to me. I like it. Like
2 players as well.
Just warms me right up.
2 to 5.
2 to 5, 15, 90 minutes, 14 plus. I don't know if it's good. It's just something fun that I was like, if I'm just spending money not caring, this is the kind of stuff I buy at Gen Con where it reminds me of like the stuff from Brotherwise Games where they have all those like boss monster and stuff that's like, looks like a Nintendo game, but it's not Nintendo or Sega or whatever, but it's like definitely targeted that audience. I'm that audience. And this is like the kind of thing I want to try. So yeah. I don't know if it's good. I don't know if I'll play it on stream.
Play this, yeah. I mean,
yeah, it might not be for me, the gameplay. It might not be for the channel. I'm not sure, but I'll definitely crack it open and give it a run. But what I've learned in the past, this doesn't mean it's a game for me. I've learned it's probably not a game for me, actually, is what I've learned with this.
That could be
because everyone has different tastes and stuff too, right? So,
yeah.
But yeah. So it's like the first game where like I'm like, but anyways.
Unsure, but we'll find out.
Yeah, we'll see. It wasn't that expensive, but it's like I can't just buy that at home and try it either. So it was like I like coming back from Gen Con with things like feel good about like I could only get this here. Like this, you probably can order this online. I bet in the US.
Oh, probably.
But I bet you can't order this like to Canada reasonably and kind of thing. So I like getting things from there that are like we got by going all the way there. Like I could buy this on eBay for hundreds of dollars, but like I was there and I got this. And like it's cool to say I did it and like kind of went there to get. That's kind of fun. I like that stuff. So that's what that game is kind of to me.
Yeah, that's fine. Spencer, thank you so much. Spencer's been a member of the channel for 38 months. Thank you, Spencer. Oh my gosh, thank you.
Thank you, Spencer. Every year I tell myself I'm going to Gen Con and every year I fail. You loser. You two both inspire me to attend Gen Con and definitely not spend any money. Wink.
Right. Yeah. We're not. Yeah.
That's all good. I got to get this clear. So Matthew Rose, I think, too, misunderstands me, and I have to clear this up on stream sometimes. Matthew Rose, like, is one of the people I think is like, I make these videos to help people talk about Gen Con, especially the planning videos and stuff, to like let you understand. So the same way I needed help myself, and it's so many things I didn't know when I went to my first Gen Con and I was lost, even watching helpful videos online did not prepare me for the zoo that was there and the insanity and the things that go on. And when you go a bunch of times, you pick up little knickknacks along the way. But the idea is not to say you must go to Gen Con and I'm going to tell you how to do it and you do it. I don't get any benefit whether you go or not. I don't care. What I'm trying to do is present you with the information I've learned to try to pay it forward, even if it helps you decide it's not for you or it is for you. That's for you to decide. But don't ever feel like what we're showing you now is like, I'm sitting here telling you must do it. And because I bought this game, you must buy it. And because I went to Gen Con, you need to do it. I go to Gen Con for work, basically, and have a little fun. I don't go there like, you know, because like, I don't know how to say it, like to make you go or tell you to go or to do what I do. It's just like, I'm just presenting info and hopefully it helps some people out who might want to go or decide they shouldn't go to learn from that. So,
and I guess we don't want anyone to go specifically because we're going.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to get at. So Matthew Rose also thinks like, oh, Rob Meller going there telling me all about it. It's to go there to like hang out and like they're gonna be my tour guides and stuff like that. It's not that kind of thing. It's like we'll see you in passing and like it's cool. We do chill with some people for hours here and there. Like if you were there on Wednesday, Matthew, we were hanging out, for example. But Matthew was like complaining later, like you couldn't find anyone to hang out with and stuff. It's like I'm also there working and trying to get things done. So it's like I need to be clear on that. So don't think because we're there and we're showing you all this stuff, it's like we're not a reason to go and we're not trying to tell you you must go. Go because you want to go and things look interesting to you and you're going with the risk that you might have a bad time or the crowds are too much or things are too expensive or you get lost getting there. Like, it's on you, not on me. Not on me. Okay, so just keep that in mind.
Yes, this channel's Rod's Gaming Table, not QVC after.
Yeah.
That is
not
true.
the home shopping network here, okay? This is not me saying, buy this, call now. Only 200 left. Your life will change if you buy this. We only have so many Grogu's left. Call now.
Yeah, we're just...
Have your credit card ready.
We're just showing you things that stood out to us.
Well, keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. I don't care if you go or not. I get no benefit either way. Just keep that in mind. I'm just trying to pass on info and keep you guys updated and trying to answer questions. People always ask, like, what did you buy there? What did you do there? And I like doing that too, watching travel channels and things help prepare me for travel or just show me places that I'm probably never, ever going to afford going to or can fit in my budget. I love watching channels that do that. Like, I like watching amusement park channels that go to amusement parks that are way too far from me. I'll probably never go to, but I like seeing them test roller coasters that, like, you know, across the pond that I'll never get to ride probably. That I can think of, but I like living through that stuff. So I understand that reason too. So, yeah, but please understand, I'm not telling you to go to Gen Con. Don't ever get it twisted. But
if you're there, say hi.
Yeah, if you're there, say hi. By all means, that. Like, yeah. Don't feel bad or anything.
C-Mitch, thank you so much.
Yeah. C-Mitch, thank you. The money I save by not going to Gen Con is money I can use to help support Mel. ... And Rob.
C-Mitch, thank you so much. Thank you.
You can feed our habits of buying things. So this, full disclosure, we did not buy this. I would have bought it, but when we were playing Sorcerer on the channel, we talked about this before. People were complaining that they backed Sorcerer Endbringer, which is an expansion that was super delayed. They didn't get it on crowdfunding. We played Sorcerer on the channel because the publisher provided us with a copy 2 years ago at Gen Con. I freaking love that game. I love the look of that game. That game is awesome. And I can see why people backed this expansion to play it, to make it solo and co-op and add things to the game. It's another big box. It's like the same size box.
Yeah, it is.
Full of stuff. But they actually had it for sale there. But I got an email from them ahead of time saying, we're going to have all these games here, Rob. If you want any review copies of any of them, let us know. And the cool part is, if they were to ship me this game, some publishers ship stuff to Canada, some don't. And sometimes I have to wait till a product is out in Canada to get a copy to play it, which is like annoying sometimes when I have to like wait months to get something because it hasn't come out in Canada yet. But the cool part, another benefit of going to Gen Con is I can literally walk up to the publisher and say, hi, I can save you shipping and I don't have to wait. And I'll pick up the review copy at the con and I'll carry it back to, you know, my hotel and everything. And drive it home and all that. And you don't have to pay any shipping, and I don't have to stress about it coming damaged or anything like that, or late. So I replied and said, all right, I want this. if you have a copy on the floor, I'll pick it up. And they're like, yeah, no problem. Just go to the booth and whatever. And they held a copy for me, which was cool. So keep that in mind. Don't trust anything I say about this because it was provided from the publisher.
I am excited to play this though because I'm excited to play the co-op version.
Yeah, so we're gonna try to play it co-op, which is neat.
Yeah.
To turn the game into co-op and solo.
Yeah.
So yeah, we did get this, and I think we talked about this before.
I'm not sure if we talked about this on a pre.
I can't remember.
I can't remember.
Where is it? Yeah, right here. It says, this game expansion allows 1 to 3 players to team up and battle against a crazed demigod known as an Endbringer. The sorcerer base game is required to play. Yeah. But yeah, I had fun with the base game of this, and you can go find us playing it on stream. The game.
Oh, we did talk about it. Okay, thanks, Yogi.
This game is beautiful, and yeah, so we did grab the copy, and it wasn't too much trouble.
Just throw it here. You slide it right here. Do you want to talk about this thing first?
Okay, so the 2 games, I forgot to mention, the 2 games we ordered before going that we probably would have right now because I did see them there and I could have bought them there. But again, I saved money and didn't have to carry them around. Yeah. But I did heavily want them before going. And we mentioned them, I think. Was Pagan, whatever it's called. Ask me.
Fate of Roanoke.
Pagan, yeah, the Fate of Roanoke. Looked cool. A little like asymmetrical 2-player game. We love our competitive kind of card games against each other. Asymmetrical reminds me of the good old Netrunner days. But when we walked by their booth during my walking tour or one of our live streams, I saw the game on the table, spread out on a mat. I ordered this already from my local game store. It should come in a couple days. With the other game I ordered was Slay the Spire.
Yeah.
We purchased that from our local game store. It was cheaper. I didn't care about the collector's edition, which I could have got at Gen Con.
And it's a very large box.
It's a very large box. I did not want to carry it around the con. It's a deck builder. I didn't need to demo it. I already watched a demo from the publisher on a video and was like, I'm in. I'll just order it, support my local game store. I'm good with the retail edition. But Pagan, and don't do this. Please don't ever do what I'm doing. I bought the playmat, and I haven't even played the game and know if I like it. But
mind you, go ahead.
When I saw it on the table at the demo booth and was like, oh my God, that looks beautiful. And I know how the game lays out. It already comes with boards to put the cards on and stuff. But this mat looks sick. And I love, I play Star Wars Unlimited. We play on our play mats. I love Zones, Flesh and Blood, same thing. Some of the other board games we own, I have mats custom for. I love that kind of stuff. And I don't normally buy that online because usually I can't buy it in Canada for a reasonable price. I have to order it online from the publisher's website. It's like leftover Kickstarter stock usually. And then shipping to Canada is like costs more than the actual item. And I don't do that. It's a nightmare. And customs, we get charged customs from the shipper and all this stuff. But one of the benefits, and I've shown this before and we talked about this in the past, is going to Gen Con and seeing the publisher's booth. You can find little knickknacks and upgrades and leftover Kickstarter exclusive stuff at conventions and be able to just pick it up there for a reasonable cost, sometimes pay cash and save tax, and then just take it home that way. So I didn't have to get a whole bundle or buy a whole pledge to get this. I just bought the mat, $25, and now I have a giant play mat to play Pagan on when we get it. But again, if the game sucks and we don't even like it, it's like I am an idiot and we bought a play mat for it, but I have a feeling we'll like it. So
yeah,
and this will make it look extra cool on stream. So,
but
I'm down.
It's hard to find large mats like this.
It was big, yeah.
20,
this is big.
Bucks.
This is a big mat, and I saw it on the table. I was like, why is the mat so big for that card game? But
because like both sides. I think.
It just looked nice. So I was like, grab it, but we don't even have the base game, and I already bought it. So like, don't do this. Don't do what I do. Do what I say. Okay?
But I wouldn't have done it if it was more expensive.
Yeah,
like
that's
I thought the price for this size of mat was very reasonable.
Yeah.
And I love playing on mats as well. So let's do this. Oh my God, this one's heavy. Oh my God.
So another one we got from a publisher. So this was one that I don't think I mentioned on the stream before going, but it was on my list. I was looking at this game before it was on the preview list. But for some reason, I crossed it off my list because I was like, I don't know if we need another dungeon crawly type campaign game. So I was like, I'm not really looking for that right now. We have enough that we haven't played. And do I really feel like playing one of those kind of games right now? Not particularly. So I didn't have this in my top 10, but it would have definitely been in my top 11 or 12. And yes, I'm drawn to this type of game. And it does look a little unique. And I remember it's an app game too. And like, I like app games. Obviously, we stream a whole bunch of them on the channel. But Brant and there was someone else who messaged me and said that, why didn't you mention this game? And you should look at this game. And Brant, who has always recommended great games on our pre-Gen Con stream when we're like, we like these games. And I will say, leave in the comments below. Let us know a game you think we would like there. And Brant, like 3 years in a row or so, has left like, you should check out this game and this game, these games you would like. I'm like, And I check them out. I'm like, yeah, usually you buy most of them. But I went to this booth and watched the guy explain the game and what it is all about. And was like, okay, that seems kind of cool. And then I introduced myself to them, and then they figured out who I was, and then they like emailed me and said I could have a copy. So I went back to the booth and grabbed a copy. So this is provided by the publisher. I did not buy this, so take that for what you will. But I'll definitely give it a playthrough on the channel. I don't know if I'll play through the whole thing or anything.
Can you flip it for me?
But it is a, the other thing, it's not that long of a campaign, which is music to my ears.
Oh, only 6 miniatures. Okay.
Yeah, it's not many minis, so you can paint the whatever minis we're playing. The other thing, the enemies aren't miniatures, which are sick. They are either wooden cubes if you pay more money, or in this version that I wanted, the retail one, I preferred actually, they're just cardboard. But they're thick cardboard. But I was fondling both at their booth, and I was like, all right, one is easier to carry around the convention versus the other. So
yeah, like, that's a heavy box.
So yeah, I'm good with the retail copy. Thank you to the folks at Mighty Boards for providing the copy. So don't trust anything I say because I was provided by a publisher. But yeah, I'll let you know if there's stuff about it I don't like or I love or whatever. So we'll see. But yeah, that one was interesting to carry around the con. That went against everything I said. But
that one is heavy.
But yeah, there you go.
I guess we can do this one next.
So this is one of the ones, this one I went for based on people telling me that I probably would love this game and some of the stuff described in this game. I like playing competitive games where I can really screw my opponents over and betray people and steal their stuff and piss them off and make them never want to play board games with me again. This seemed to have that kind of stuff in it, as Game of Thrones the board game second edition has, as Root can have. I like those kind of games a lot. Those are like my favorite experiences. Scythe has that also. And those are like my favorite games ever I play. So you can tell I'm an a-hole. Like I'm a pure a-hole.
Oh, they know.
And those are like my favorite games. And I love Star Wars Unlimited from like, you know, just like I love competitive, like beating my opponent and they might not be happy about it. I like that. I like that. I don't know, something about that. I like it. And Scabbard says, oh, we know.
Yes, you know.
So when this game was described and I was researching it before going, I was like, okay, that sounds cool. But I also knew it was coming out later this year, and it'll definitely be in retail because everything for Root, anything Leader Games actually, is always gets to retail. They always have tons. You can find it always. It's going to get there. So I don't like crowdfunding any of this stuff. I did crowdfund some Root stuff. Regretted it completely. I could have just bought some of it at retail later, totally saved money. And I didn't even get to it right away.
Because of COVID, right? That really...
Yeah, COVID screwed our Root momentum for sure.
We were on a high with that, and then...
But I definitely can go back and play some of that, and I should. Because Root is still great. And they have more Root stuff just announced as coming to crowdfunding. It's like, Root will be in everyone's mouths, and they'll want to be talking about Root again. But this is like Space Root. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, this looked cool. So deciding the morning of, like, what should I go for? I was like, I don't know. Should I go for this? I saw them mention they have very limited copies. So I don't know if they were BSing. I don't know if it actually ran out. But my God, when I was talking to people going in, even walking fast through, some people were joking about like, oh, what are you going for? And I'm like, I'd say like this. And they're like, I am too. And, you know, and everyone's getting excited. They had this and they had 2 expansions. They had the mini expansion, the Leaders and Lore pack. I didn't know about any of the expansions. But I got in line. They didn't have that big of piles behind the counter. I was like, and they made 2 lines. I got in line. I definitely got one. They still had a lot left after I left. But then I heard people talk about later they were sold out and they couldn't get one. And even when I was holding it in line, multiple people came up and said, oh, Rob, I love your channel and you're going to love this game. And I can't wait to see you play it. So I started feeling extra good that I got this game there. And then, oh yeah, the guy was explaining the expansions and he was like, this is probably the only one you really need. Because I'm like, I don't need more minis that my wife needs to paint.
Oh, is there minis in this? Let me just...
No, there's wood in this. Oh, but they were selling a separate expansion to upgrade everything to plastic minis.
Oh, okay.
I was like, no, I don't need a box of stuff to, like, Mel, where's those minis you're going to paint? So it wasn't worth it for me. And I also have to carry that around too. So I was like, oh, this little expansion adds kind of like unique powers to each player or whatever.
Okay.
Some leader cards, you know, and like, it's kind of like the, that Terraforming Mars prelude idea.
Yeah.
Like, let's give you some unique asymmetrical little like different powers, whatever. So I was like, sure, I'll take that. It was like $10 or something. But they didn't have the campaign expansion there, which I shouldn't buy for a game I don't even know if I'll like. But if it was there, maybe I would have grabbed it. I don't know. But it wasn't there the first day. So I bought Arcs. And I was not sure if I should. But then after I was carrying it around because they didn't give out bags, which I already bitched about on a previous stream. I think they had bags later in the weekend.
Yeah, I thought liter bags.
Because people were walking around with bags, so I was extra pissed that I didn't get a bag. The first day I'm like walking around with this under my arm and like trying to get to other booths and like I'm dropping this box. And as I'm standing in line, I'm just like holding this game, like advertising for them and without a bag. And then people are walking up and that's how they knew like I had the game. And then it's like now people instantly know I have it and now expect me to stream it because I can't hide it. But the fact that people came up and said they love the channel and they can't wait to play it, 3 different people did before I even got through the next booth, made me feel a little justified about actually going there first and purchasing it. So stay tuned.
All right, last one. Do you want to give any preamble before we put this on?
I don't know. Chip Theory is like delivering to crowdfunding later this year, some tiny little game they worked on for like a month or 2. I don't know. It's some little crappy game that's not popular and no one's excited for it. And I haven't been asked, why aren't you playing it like 1,000 times already? Or where's your videos for it? Or are you going to play it or are you going to get it? But the folks at Chip Theory, I usually go visit them at the con in past years. But then we started scheduling stuff with Andrew. And even before Andrew, I think, we would go to the booth and meet with somebody there and demo a game. They would show us a new game. Sometimes we'd stream it. Which was fun a couple of years until the battery died on the camera and stuff like that, or the connection was crap. But this year I was like, I don't want to go to the booth. I'll go visit the booth, but I don't want to go meet with Andrew from marketing to take up his time. I can meet him in passing or go talk to him, but like, I don't need to demo a game or see anything behind the scenes. It's fine. Like they sent me Elder Scrolls. It arrived just before the convention. I'll stop by. It's all good. And I forgot to reply to an email I realized after. But so we're there, we're in the Star Wars area, about to play one of our evening Star Wars draft events or whatever. And I see Andrew, he's coming up from the side, and he's like, hey guys. And I'm like, oh no. Andrew found us. He got us. So he asked us to stop by the booth. So we did. And we went to the booth and we demoed some cool stuff, which some of it all of it we kind of want. None of it's ready yet though.
One I really want.
Yeah, one I really want, hopefully soon. But yeah, all the stuff he showed us is cool. And then he hands us this. So again, I say, don't buy bundles and expansions and things for like games you haven't even like played or you know you're gonna like. So Andrew broke that for me. So already I have an expansion for a game I've never played before and I don't even know if I'll like.
Well,
so
we have played it. We played a demo.
I know, I'm just kidding. I'm only kidding.
And he gave this to us. So
we have an expansion on one of the other regions in the game. And they have other ones coming, I guess. But yeah, so we have an expansion. I don't know if I'm supposed to be showing this right now.
He didn't say it was.
Yeah, I maybe shouldn't be. Okay, so forget everything you just saw. No, I'm just joking.
He didn't say not to.
I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. But he just gave us this. And I was like, I can't say no. And so he's like, here, add this to your game at home.
It adds Rangers. Oh, it adds Rangers.
Oh, I like Rangers.
You like Rangers.
I like Rangers.
If this was on the Kickstarter, then it's fine, because Yogi seems to know what this is. So.
Yeah. So if Yogi knows what it is, then
it's
we're
out
good.
there.
Okay. So like, here, take this home.
He didn't say like, don't play this until a certain day. Like he didn't say anything about it. He just, sorry.
Everyone that backed is getting it. Oh, okay.
We're good.
Yeah.
That wanted it. Okay.
So I guess they have some copies ready. And yeah, so he gave us one, which is cool. Oh, they already showed this? Okay. So we're good.
He didn't say any, like we weren't allowed to talk about it in any way.
The only thing he said was, if you guys have a way of carrying this, would you like to take this home?
Yeah.
And I'm like,
if you have a bag.
More stuff to carry around the con. Do you know my theme of 2024 is not carrying around stuff at the con? Jeez. Especially Chip Theory stuff that's all like heavy. Like this expansion is like thin. But
it's still heavy.
It weighs as much as like a full game like of cardboard and stuff. Is heavy. This is heavy. It's got neoprene and chips in there and stuff. Yeah. So if there's one thing you don't want to carry around in a convention, and the worst part I say is one of the best times to get Chip Theory products, we know from experience, is going to a convention and buying it in person and not having to pay shipping. You get bundles at the con and they put stuff on sale at the con. And sometimes you can work deals. And Chip Theory is a great place to get it. The only downside I forget to mention is you don't want to carry around that stuff at a con. You're going to kill somebody, not to mention your body. So that's the only downside. So warning. So yeah, so that's the real reason I don't want any chip theory stuff at the convention. I'm just kidding, but and sort of. But he also gave us this, which I assume is some kind of convention exclusive either that they've done in the past, or it's some kind of bonus for crowdfunding the game or something. But it's a full metal, like weighted chip, which I think is the first time I've ever seen them produce ever something like this. But Yogi, what is this?
Alt art.
Oh, it's alt art.
Hoplomachus chip? No, I don't think it's Hoplomachus. I think it's
Is this Elder Scrolls? I think it's Elder Scrolls. I don't think it's Hoplomachus because I don't recognize some of the stuff on there.
No, I think it's Pog Slammer, yeah.
It's a Pog, yeah, it's a Pog Slammer. Whoa. But yeah, so excuse my ignorance, but it is heavy and it is beautiful, and I haven't taken it out of the bag yet, but I'm going to. It could be real gold, like I don't even know. Should I be touching it? I don't know.
Can you bite it? Is that how you have?
Yeah, let me bite it and check.
Yeah, it's Elder Scrolls. I was like, yeah, that's what I thought.
It's heavy. Definitely TS as it's double-sided. Oh, but in Hoplomachus you have like the double-sided stuff there, the thick ones, right? So, like elite units and things. I don't know. But that's not thick. Like it's not as thick as those like hero chips and stuff in the Hoplomachus.
That's all I have on my side here.
That's all you got? That's all we got? Yeah, so that was more than 4 things.
And when I look at it like this, I'm like, oh wow, I don't even realize that we got all of this.
Yeah. And
like when you know you're just in it and you're just, yeah.
Yeah. We may have missed stuff that maybe is upstairs or in a bag or something, but those are the things that I grabbed quickly yesterday when we got back and unpacked it, whatever. But yeah. So again, I was trying to limit it to like, Mel, I only want to get like 4-ish things to bring back. We don't need that many things to play. I always bring back too much and we can never get to all of it. And yeah. So whether it's on stream or off stream, like even, and I hate like piling up the shelf of opportunity too full. So, but it's just a problem that we have and it's going to continue, I guess.
What did we get for Chelsea? We got Chelsea a t-shirt.
Yeah. We went to Gen Con and all we got was a crummy t-shirt.
She actually really liked it though.
Yeah.
And
some chocolate. We got her some chocolate.
And then like leftovers of our like snacks and stuff that we had.
Yeah. It's hard to buy for her when she doesn't like board games.
Yeah.
At a board gaming convention.
Yeah.
So yeah. But I'll force her to play some of these games. So she got that as a gift too.
Yeah. I think some of them she might have fun with.
Yeah, we got a little gift for her niece and stuff. And like some of these games I'll play with them or give to them after if we like, you know, we're done with them or whatever.
Isn't that the point of doing board games as a job? You have an excuse to get them all.
Nope.
No.
Nope.
There's not enough time for that.
It stresses me out. Like I'm still just a normal person that plays board games and collects stuff for a hobby. Like my goal is to not fill my entire house with my hobby to the point it's like unmanageable. Like I don't know.
Or overwhelming to you, right?
Very overwhelming. Yeah. I get stressed out easily if like too many things to do. Like I know there's advice of like when you have a lot of big problems, whatever, break them down to small little problems and work through them like that. And I try that, but it's like the little problems just never get less. It's crazy. And it's the problem because time passes and then all of a sudden new games come out and people are mentioning games and games I want. And then Gen Con comes out of nowhere, like a year passes in like 3 months for some reason. I don't know why. And I'm like, oh crap, I haven't played all the stuff from last Gen Con and the stuff we got in between and the stuff I had before the 3 Gen Cons ago. And like, then I realized it's like, I just gotta play what I want when I want. And if I miss stuff and it doesn't get played, and if I play it 2 years, 3 years, 5 years later, who gives a crap? If it's great, it's great. I'm going to have fun with it. We all don't need to be only playing the new stuff anyway. That's not how you should approach this hobby.
Yeah.
Because you're going to miss a lot of stuff and you're going to buy a lot of junk if you do it that way. So let's just, whatever. But yes, I definitely bought more than I planned on. And that's the theme of Gen Con. That will always happen to you. So be prepared. You can't stick to a list like in a grocery store. It's not going to work. The same tricks that happen in any other kind of store are going to happen. Things are going to look great. Deals are going to pop up. Salespeople are going to convince you to buy things. And even me, I'm going to go, well, that does look cute and I can't buy that at home. Sure. Oh, we got room in our luggage. Sure. Oh, maybe we'll get to that. Or, oh, I can buy that Horrified because we're going to give the other Horrified to our family members. It's fine. It's fine.
Okay, like justifying your purchases. The same reason you
Yeah.
guys come here and say, should I buy this game?
Yeah, don't. I'm weak too. I preach like, don't
I
be
know.
weak. And
I don't
I still fight it, and I'm getting better, but
There
it's
was only a couple very small impulse things, right?
I've definitely backed less crowdfunding games over last year on purpose. I'm avoiding those. If you just don't go on those platforms, oh my God, you save tons of money.
Yeah. And then we spent at Gen Con instead.
And if I didn't go to Gen Con, I would save so much money. Same reason. The problem though is I play Star Wars Unlimited now and go like weekly to different local game stores to play, and now I'm in those stores and seeing games, and it's like, oh. And like, I'm in there to play cards, but they all seem to have shelves of beautiful board games there too. So it's like, yes, do as Rob says, not as I do. Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes. I'm trying to be honest, guys. Like, I don't want to buy all these things. I don't want to have all these games. I'm not in the hobby just to collect. I'm just trying to play fun games and have some of those experiences I've had that pulled me in the hobby, and those gems of games that I didn't know would be so fun. I had no idea I'd really like board gaming so much to do this. But then I played games like, you know, Game of Thrones Second Edition, the board game, or Game of Thrones LCG, or Lord of the Rings LCG early days, where I was like, wow, modern gaming is like this? This is freaking amazing. But not every game hits like that. And everyone has different tastes, and you'll like different things. And based on what you're going through in life at the time and what you're liking and all that stuff, definitely sways in that. So it's like, I just want to play as many gems and great games as I can find, but sometimes you have to buy some junk to get there, and yeah, not everything is fun, to be honest, but
I'm curious too, just like while you're chatting there, I'd be curious from those of you that are watching now live, or those of you who are watching later, of these games that we showed you, that we have, are there any that you're excited to watch us play? I'm curious of that.
Yeah, I would have loved to put these on a poll and be like, whichever one's the highest voted is the one we like play first.
But I'm just I'm curious from you guys, like from the ones that we've showed, is there ones that you're like, oh, I can't wait to watch you play this? Okay, wait.
No, I didn't get Elder Scrolls at Gen Con. What are you guys talking about?
You can't play an expansion without the base game.
Yeah, and I didn't get the base game at Gen Con, so I can't play Elder Scrolls, guys. Sorry.
Let's not include Elder Scrolls in that.
Is it?
Comic Hunters, okay. Can you tell me what's TESBOT?
The Elder Scrolls Beyond the Second, or Betrayal, I'm like, Betrayal of the Second Era. Yeah, this is Beyond the Second. What am I saying?
I don't know. Okay. Pagan would be your what was your first? Elder Scrolls, okay, hands down. Pagan would be your second.
Oh yeah, Pagan and Slay the Spire were not shown on stream, but we did order them because of Gen Con. We just ordered them at home from a local game store. I believe Slay the Spire is out already. Pagan should be out soon, and those both are on the same order, so they should show up. I think this week, is when they both were out, so.
Okay, Fate Forge, we got a Star Wars Unlimited. Pontus, get out of here. Mandalorian, okay, Brian says Mandalorian. Arcs, Mandalorian, Arcs, Horrified. Horrified we're going to save till probably
October. Yeah. We'll do it during Halloween time.
We probably could have actually limited this now that I'm like, take this one out.
Okay, so out of all that you see there, is there like...
I would put
4 that I would put in this list.
Yeah, Mandalorian.
Because I can only put 4 in a YouTube poll, and just for fun, we'll do it. Don't hold me to it, but I'm just curious.
I can make 4 for sure. Mandalorian.
Mandalorian. I'm probably not spelling that right. Mandalorian. Mandalorian.
Yep.
Adventures.
And then I would do Arcs. I would do Intent to Kill.
Intent
not
to
say Horrified. Kill. And then...
Out of all the ones that people were mentioning, what else came up a lot? Slay the Spire?
Comic Hunters.
Comic Hunters?
Yeah.
Okay. Technically, we don't have Slay the Spire yet, and it could...
Yeah, so I'm not counting
if Pagan gets like delayed longer, it could
or Elder Scrolls. Yeah. Or Horrified. Those ones we're not counting, because we have kind of plans for those.
I mean, I could do like a straw poll or something to make it all of them on the list, but
it's fine.
But yeah,
I'm just curious to see, like,
yeah, that is good to do, because like you can generate interest from people who like actually watch a channel and hang out with us here. And I value you guys more than just randos. But randos eventually become people who hang out on the channel.
Yeah.
You randos. Randoms.
Raise your hand, randos. No, I'm just kidding. Final Girl. We didn't get anything for Final Girl at Gen Con. Weren't they advertising the Christmas one? which we already played.
We already played it last year.
I played that.
The next Final Girl stuff, does that come out before Halloween? I don't know when they're delivering, but I backed it on the last crowdfunding campaign. Yeah, I don't know. Let's just put this.
Yeah, I put it, see what happens. And this is just for us to gauge
just
interest.
for fun.
It's not set in stone what happens.
I know what I want to play first, and it might be more related to like my mental capacity right now after Gen Con, like ease of learning.
Yeah.
And getting on stream, and you're off work for the rest of the week.
Yep.
So playing with Mel in the daytime might take a little longer and that kind of stuff. Or we can do more streams before she goes back to work kind of thing. Yeah. So I know what I want to play, but it's more related to that and not necessarily like I want to play it because I'm so excited to play it. It's like I want to play it because like we can learn it before Mel goes back to work, get it on stream. It's not going to burn my brain because I'm still mush after going to Gen Con. I'm not sick, I don't think, but I feel like it's like wiped, like brain fog right now today. And when I slept first night in my own bed, like I never sleep in. I don't usually sleep longer than like 6 to 7 hours.
Yeah.
I want to, but I just don't. And I hate it that I can't. But today, I think I slept 9.5 or something.
Like that, yeah.
And I was...
Even Chelsea said that. Because she tracks her sleep.
I could have kept sleeping more.
She said that this is the first, like, she slept the best she slept in like a long time.
Oh yeah, because she wasn't home either. She was at her uncle and aunt's house all week, sleeping on like a cot.
Yeah.
But yeah, getting home to your own bed with like your own noises and smells and environment and temperatures and everything, it's like, yeah. And after walking so much at the con all week, carrying stuff and things.
And you were probably tired from driving too. We drove all day.
And the drive, yeah. I drove and sat in that car driving for a lot of hours straight without stopping that much.
Yeah.
On the way there, we break it up by stopping at like different stores looking for board games and stuff for fun.
Yeah.
But on the way back, it's like, I just want to get home.
Every minute we're in a store, we're like, oh my God.
Yeah, yeah.
It's delaying our
like my feet hurt. I just need to get home. I don't want to walk around the store.
Question. Michael says, what do you think Kyle would be most interested in?
We went with Kyle one time. Kyle came with us.
Oh, I think he's talking about these games.
Oh, here.
Here.
Oh, I thought you meant at Gen Con.
I think you mean.
I think Kyle would be most interested in playing, and this is hard. I'm sure he would like playing Arcs if he made sure he knew how to play and we're all on the same page.
Yep.
So I want to play Arcs with him off stream to make sure he likes it and make sure he has a playthrough at least of it before putting him on stream and then playing a competitive game. Because, you know, he likes to win probably just as much as I like to win. So I like it to be kind of a fair play. So I want him to learn off stream, not get beat like to death on stream by Mel and I just rolling him because we'd learned the game before playing, you know?
Mm-hmm. I think he would like the Comic Hunters.
Comic Hunters, I showed him before we went to make sure he would like it. And the Video Game Champion, I described them to him. And he was like, those sound cool. And I was like, okay, if Kyle's willing to play them with me, then I will get them. But if he said not, I might not have still grabbed them, actually, to be honest.
Yeah.
But I was talking to him before he left after the last stream he was here and showing him like what we're interested in. But I'm thinking like Fate Forge.
Oh, yeah.
He would probably like that to play with us.
Yeah. Also, he would like Horrified because he liked those kind of games.
And also the deck builders. He had a blast, I know, playing the Harry Potter deck building game, Thunderstone Quest, and stuff like that. And based on what Darren was explaining about Slay the Spire, how it co-op. And I saw that online, actually. I read something on after the con that people talking about Slay the Spire, saying that it is better as a multiplayer game, the board game, than it is a solo game, which is weird because it's based on a solo like video game, is what I heard multiple people say, but Kanji said it too. So I was thinking like, oh, maybe Kyle would like to play that with us. But I don't know if it's meant to be played with more than two, really. I don't even know if it supports more than two.
Oh, yeah. Slay the Spire is amazing multiplayer. Okay.
Does it support 3? I obviously don't have it in front of me here, and I'm too lazy to look it up. I know 2, but you were saying Mel and I would love it together, but like, could we... and
Sakabra said played it 4-person.
I knew some people would say, oh, Sakabra, thank you. It says, yes, we played it in 4-person co-op, and it was great. Yeah.
It doesn't matter. 2 to 4. It supports up to 4. Okay.
Oh, okay. Okay, perfect.
Okay.
Okay.
But then the problem
maybe that. I know. Kyle only comes once a week.
And we're already in the middle. Well, I don't know. I think we're closer to the end.
We're playing Lord of the Rings, Journeys of Middle-earth on the channel with Kyle, trying to complete a campaign of that. I want to play it and complete it, but it does feel weird coming back from Gen Con with a bunch of new toys and then going and playing with old toys. But I do love those old toys.
But it's like if we pause those old toys to play with the new toys, we might not go back. Yeah. And then we're going to get those comments like, why aren't you finishing your campaign?
That's exactly how they sound. That's exactly how I read those comments too. Why aren't you playing that game that I love anymore? That's not in print anymore. How dare you? How dare you play other games than the one I want you to play? But it was cool.
Yes, the new toys are not going anywhere. Seamich, you are 100% correct. They are not going anywhere.
Neither are the new ones.
No,
or the old ones, I mean.
The new toys.
Neither are the old ones is what I meant to say, but yes.
We got to finish with the old toys before we move on to the new toys. Oh, no, that's funny.
But yes.
Oh, that's funny. But I'm looking at all these games on the table here, and I'm excited. I'm excited for some new toys.
Oh, BGG says best 1 to 4 best set 2.
Okay.
Oh, Xenoshift Onslaught.
He played that.
That's the game when Kanji Studios was talking to me at Gen Con, Derek was talking to me at Gen Con about it and explaining it. I was like, have you ever heard of the game Xenoshift by Cool Mini or Not a few years back? It was a Gen Con game and it was a crowdfunding game and everything. And I love that game. I love playing that game. That was one of my favorite little co-op work together. It had a cool aliens theme to it. But you had like everyone dealing with like aliens in their lane and you're trying to like help each other out and do it all right. And like you had to work together and table talk, and you can't just have a nap while everyone's doing their own turn. Like you had to work together. And it was very hard. And the way Kanji was explaining Slay the Spire, I was like, oh my God, that sounds like that game. And it gives me those vibes. And then Edward is saying in the chat, it's been compared to Xenoshift Onslaught. I had no idea it was compared to that until he was explaining the game. And I was like, that reminds me of that game.
I did like that game too, so I'm excited.
I like that game a lot. And that was a game that was like one of CMON's first games they made without miniatures. So instantly nobody cared about it. Mm-hmm. But like I love deck builders and co-op games. So I was like, I'll buy it. It looks sick. And yeah, I played it before. I think we made like an old crappy video about it too, back when we didn't know what we were doing at all. Which I still don't know if we know what we're doing. But I loved it. I love that game.
We don't know what we're doing.
I'm sure if somebody made that game now, it'd be way better. Because it probably has some like rough stuff about it that's probably we've learned better in making co-op games. But I have fond memories of it, that's for sure. All right, I'm going to close the poll.
Okay.
I think 7 minutes is enough.
Also, please feel free to put some things in the comments if you're watching later about what you would have picked for the poll.
100%.
As well.
Yeah, if you're
included as well. Because as I said, this is just for us to gauge interest, not necessarily like what we're going to do.
Yeah, if you made it this far in the video watching later, drop down below. And I feel sorry that you've made it all this far and you wasted your time, but you can't get it back. No refunds. But you can leave in the comments below, yes. Anything you saw here that you're like, oh, I'd love to see that played, or I've played this game and it's great because, or you probably won't like that game, Rob, because it has this in it. Let me know, like, or any tips you have about certain games, like, oh, I've already played this game, Rob, and like definitely you need to make sure that like go look up the FAQ because it has this problem and this errata's been fixed or anything. I appreciate those tips all the time. Not playing the new hotness, I love that people help me out like that sometimes, or I'm able to, play a better version of the game in the future too, selfishly. But yeah, thank you. Leave comments down below once the video is done processing. You can do that stuff there.
Thank you. So it looks like about 37% would like us to start with Mandalorian, or very interested in seeing the Mandalorian. 28%
but Jesus. Oh. Because that is the game I want to play first. And I didn't want to say it until the poll is closed. Thank you. It aligned. This is what I want to play first.
Okay.
Yes.
You heard it here first.
Yes. Will we play it first? I don't know. I might change my mood tomorrow. We'll see. But I might have a mood swing and decide I want to play something else. But we'll see.
So it looks like the channel says 37% Mandalorian, 28% to Arcs, Slay the Spire at 18%, and Intent to Kill at 15%. And I realize Intent to Kill would be the lower on the list because people aren't able to get that game as easily and aren't as curious about it. But
well, I gotta start punching out tokens now.
Oh, he's already opening the box.
We gotta start reading this right after stream now. We gotta get ready. I gotta play something new. Got some hidden envelopes in it. Ooh.
We love hidden.
Let me just open them right now and spoil them for everybody.
Do not open.
Oh yeah.
Instructed.
It does say that Narabesh on here. Yes, it does say do not open or you could die. Yeah, I shouldn't do that. Oh my god.
Box open. Yeah, he is opening the box right here.
Oh, anything published by FFG, I mean Unexpected Games, I mean Asmodee, always smells amazing.
How many pages of a rule book do we have?
That's what I was about to get in.
Oh, okay.
Picking up this rule book.
Because it doesn't look...
Oh my god. You guys don't understand, like, playing a bunch of games with super thick rule books and super thick FAQs and erratas and stuff, just pulling out a game that, like, is only... That's still not, like, a super light game, but they've put it into, like, 15 pages.
Ooh, 15 pages.
Oh.
Okay.
My Gen Con brain, my fried brain right now is like, yeah, I can handle 15 pages. Yeah,
I can.
Talk dirty to me, 15-page rule book. Yeah, tell me how short you are.
A lot of photos, too.
Lots of examples.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, man. Very nice. Very nice. Anyone watching in the playtester credits? I'm looking at your names right now. See if I recognize anybody. Or anyone I know. Yeah, there's names of like FFG employees in here. So funny. I knew it. Their offices are like right next door to each other, I think. Yeah.
Rulebook air freshener for Christmas or up. Yeah, I know. If only they boxed that smell up.
Oh my.
Like new car or like you can put in an air freshener.
Yeah, I need an air freshener for my car called New Board Game Smell. By specific publishers only or manufacturers only. Not every board game smells good. Oh yeah. I'm gonna do dirty things with these tokens later. Yeah. Punch them out real nice. No spoilers.
No.
We'll have those on stream later. Oh man. Yeah.
I honestly though, I was unsure if people wanted to see this one kind of like first in our list. Go ahead. Because I didn't know if there would technically be spoilers. Yes, I think episode 1 has been played. Like live on FFG stream, but
even has like the little decks, like the Aeon's End Legacies we play. That's like, stop, don't go through here. There's the guide deck. It'll work you through the game and the rules and stuff. I like that. I don't know what's spoilery, so I can't really like. I like this paper stuff on here, just easy to get off.
It's all like recyclable and stuff.
Yeah.
Like it's not like the cardboard, not plastic.
Well, they didn't hide anything under the box thing.
Is the game waterproof? No.
Definitely
100% not.
I'm sure after we play through it once, it'll go in recycle and be recyclable. Just kidding. I think it's all replayable. I think the legacy stuff's like not really legacy. It's just like hidden stuff to keep it approachable for new players to like, you know, you play through it slowly, like gets you into the system, which I'm hoping is what it does. So it'd be a great game when it eventually, I'm sure, will come to mass market stores. And then, you know, pull in the Star Wars fans into our hobby, which would be great. The ones that don't know about all the awesome Star Wars board games that exist or have existed. There's some good stuff out there.
Yeah, Yogi, you're right. If you watch the show, it can't really spoil anything. Okay, good. Okay. I was unsure.
No, but it might even spoil game-related stuff, like fun surprises, I mean, in like gameplay mechanics and twists, right? Even though it's based on the first season, they might have some fun stuff where all of a sudden, like, you can play this final boss as Darth Jar Jar is all of a sudden in the game, and like, haha, it's funny, you know?
Well, I guess at that point, then it's up to people's prerogative if they want to watch.
Yeah. So who knows? There better be Darth Jar Jar in here, so I can rip it up after. Does the ship sink in the end? I don't know. I also don't remember. I remember some stuff of the first season, so it'll be a nostalgia trip playing through it, going, because a lot of the Book of Boba Fett and Mandalorian stuff I watch already all blends together. I couldn't tell you what happened in season 1 versus season 2. Probably things I think happened in season 1 happened in season 3, maybe, or the Book of Boba Fett and not season 1. I have no idea. So we're gonna play through it, and I'm not gonna take the time to go watch season 1 again to prepare for the game, because then I'll get in trouble for not playing it right away as fast as possible. So we'll see.
No, it'll be funny that we forget things that are coming.
I did see in the trailer for that upcoming Lego Star Wars game that Darth Jar Jar is in there. Yes. I did see that spoiler or that trailer, which was funny. Oh, I thought you were talking about Titanic. I'm like, what are we talking about? Oh, the spoiler for Titanic. I get it. You just ruined that movie for me now. Now I can't watch that movie. Thanks, C. Mitch. I was gonna go watch that this weekend. God, it ruined it for me. I was really waiting for the perfect time to watch that movie. I felt like it was this weekend, and now not anymore. Great. Just great. Use a better keep those handies off me cards. The is an enemy says or asks, what is? Oh, here we go. We can do it here. What's the best mini game, pocket size, by your opinion, you've seen on this Gen Con?
I don't think I really paid attention.
Here's the thing. For this Gen Con, and I always approach Gen Con every year with a different motive and agenda. There have been years where I wander around booth to booth and demo games and sit down and listen to people explain their game to me. But then when you realize there's like over 500 games that they want to demo to you at all the different booths, it's too much. And I can't pay attention. I have learned, and this might be surprising to some people out there, it's really hard to focus on someone demoing a game to you in a super loud convention hall, crowded with people, and everyone around you talking, and people at the demo who you don't know also asking questions and interrupting, and other people just randomly walking up and asking questions in the middle of a demo. Hey, do you have this game? And can I buy a copy? And did you sell out of this? And excuse me, I know you're in the middle of talking to this gentleman here, but can you tell me where I can find this and that? And it's like not the right environment to pay attention. And even when I go to Chip Theory and they have a little closed door quiet area on their booth, it's still open and you can hear everyone around and talking through the wall and stuff. And it's still hard to focus in there, I find, because you're tired and like information overload, noises everywhere, everything's bright and wants your attention. But look, if you just have a handful of games you want to go and seek out and try, like maybe 1 or 2 a day, for me, that's fine. I do that. But most of the time now at Gen Con, I'm just like running around filming. I'm going to events. It was even hard to do like Star Wars drafts with like all these drafts going on around playing these events. Like I find it harder and harder every year to like stay focused, like focus on one thing. Everything is pulling at you. It's information overload. And yeah, so I don't go demo a ton of games. I actually actively avoid going to publishers and demoing games unless it's like kind of like a closed door behind the scenes kind of thing that's not on the game floor. Because like that exhibitor hall is a effing zoo that is way more people in there that should be in there. And especially some booths have way more people in them that safely should be in them, I feel. It is nuts. Nuts, nuts, nuts. Obviously some booths and some aisles and some times are better to be in there and it's not as bad. But it's not what I'm actively looking to fill my Gen Con with to try every game. I go up to booths now and I go, oh yeah, I saw this game. Someone told me to check this out. And they're like, oh, let's play it. Here, let me set it up. And I go, elevator pitch, please. Maybe walk me through a turn. But I'm not touching anything. You demo it for me. Show me, go. And they'll let them do it. And it's like, just quick and dirty. You don't need to show me how worker placement works. I know how worker placement works. I trust you. Just explain what your game has in it. What's unique about it. Show me some of your components. Show me a sample turn. Let me know the interaction between players or not, depending on a solo game or whatever. What is your game bringing to the table that no other game is in your mind? You know, like, tell me that information. Like, you know, that's what I need to know. And it's like, I don't want to sit down and play games. Because A, my time is valuable. I feel at Gen Con, it goes way too fast. There's only so many hours in the day. And the exhibit hall is only open 10 to 6. 3 days in a row, and then 10 to 4 on the 4th day, and you can't see everything. There's way too much to do. And that's not even mentioning rooms outside the exhibit hall, running events and demos and tournaments and all that kind of stuff. And all the random things I want to see, the balloon thing and Card Halla and go eat and check out the block party and Lucas Oil Stadium and go play Star Wars with people and go talk with friends that I haven't seen in a long time or acquaintances that I haven't seen in 10 years that I bump into there. I want to do all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I play enough games all year. I don't need to like fully play games when I'm at the con, I've learned. And that's just me. Everyone can do Gen Con different. But that's my long-winded answer to I have no effing idea what the best pocket game is that was at Gen Con this year.
Yeah,
You should have been there to find out. That's not my job. But yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not one of the channels that goes and tries to play a ton of stuff and then make a list of the best things I played at Gen Con. There are other channels that do that have lots of employees that run around demoing stuff like crazy or have played the stuff already ahead of time. I'm not that channel. I'm just a little guy and I just go for what I want. Yeah, that's me. Hopefully that makes sense. The best pocket game probably was Touch It, see Mitch?
Yeah,
and it sold out and I wasn't even able to get a joke copy to play on stream and fool around with you guys because it was gone.
Oh yeah, I meant to post. I took a photo of the sign that had it all like sold out. I'll post in the Discord.
I showed it on the walkthrough.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I took a photo of it to show you, see Mitch, but yeah.
Yeah. I thought I could go there and let them touch it. And they ran out. And they probably didn't have that many copies, and it was only $10. And they had all 3 versions there.
We hyped it up here,
yeah, we hyped it up.
Everyone needed to go get it.
So whoever bought all the Touch-Its.
There's like multiple.
Bastards. I just wanted the medieval, like the fantasy themed one.
Yeah, there were like 3 of them, I think.
Okay, anyone have any questions for the stream before we get out of here? But yeah, that's the deal. Whoops. I'm just fat fingering the thing. Yeah, I've noticed people doing that more too, where they just walk up to a booth and they're like, "Hey, come on, gather around. Anyone want to get on in this? We'll do a little playthrough here. Anyone want to sit down and play the game with us?" And then a lot of people just be like, I'm just here for the elevator pitch, or I'm just here, show me a turn. Like, and I'm like, oh, yep, people are learning. Like, you only have so much time, and there's way too many exhibitors there to see. And if you sat down and played for an hour and a half at every booth, you're going to miss so much stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And again, when you've been in the hobby or going to the cons for a long time, you played lots of different board games, they're all pulling from the same mechanics. So it's like, just tell me the mechanics your game has and show me kind of how you put them together. And I'll know if I like certain mechanics or if they've made a twist on it that makes it more appealing to me. That's all I need to know. And then I'll play it and I like, the best way to judge it is to actually play it. But I have so much trouble focusing and playing and absorbing information at the con in a loud, noisy environment. And not everyone demos and teaches the way I like to be taught either. So that's also the other thing.
Yeah, because I don't have that same issue as him.
Yeah. I like to sit down in the quiet at home, crack a rule book, put the components on the table, play around with it a bit, see what it's got going for it. Maybe play it with some friends first to see, like kind of thing. And before I know if that's like even my jam. Their HR department is overburdened for the Touch It people. Yeah. They were probably told they had to sell out of it. They weren't allowed to sell it after. They were like, we had too many parents complaining. You can't sell this game here.
It wasn't in the family section either.
Yeah, it's definitely offensive. Yeah. That's why I was trying to get a copy to take over to the family area to try to show all the children and the families. Hey, little girl, would you like... Never mind.
What did you say?
Hey, sir, would your child like to... Never mind. As you can see, I don't have any black eyes, so it never happened. So, yeah. Oh my God. Sean has a question. Rob, what's the meaning of life? I bet you'll say board gaming. The meaning of life is to have as much fun and enjoy playing this game of life as best as you can while your pawn is on the table.
I mean, that's a pretty good answer.
That's the meaning of life. Do whatever the hell makes you happy and like...
As much as you can.
Who gives a crap what other people think, and just keep on moving and having fun. And you're not forced... No one has to be your friend forever, and family aren't always your friends. And just have fun and be happy and surround yourself with the people who make you happy. And tastes change and things change, and just enjoy life and experience things. And yeah, before your pawn falls off the table. There you go.
That was a pretty good answer.
That's the way I approach life now.
Yeah, that's a pretty good answer.
Yep. I like testing the rules of life, seeing how of society, and poking different holes in the rule book of society. Try different things. Don't let anyone tell you how to play the game. It's your game. You play it how you want. That's the same advice I give on the channel. Let's see. Uh, Scott says, you guys not going to the Arkham Horror setup, like the special room or whatever, physically pains me, as that is the only place I'd want to go. Stacy says it was like underwhelming.
Yeah, so she really like
And that
deflated my balloon here.
Yeah. And even when I went to Asmade booth and they had all the advertisements reminding us to go there, I was like, we could get there in 5 minutes, 10 minutes of walking. Nah, I don't want to go now. Let's go do something else. We got other stuff to do. And I just like didn't prioritize it. And the fact that it was outside the convention center in a neighboring hotel, and that's no excuse that I went to many hotels for different things.
Yeah.
But just the fact that it's not in the main building, it like makes it harder to just stumble to. You have to like actually plan to go out of your way to go there.
Yeah.
And then when people we knew went there and then were telling us, it's underwhelming, you're fine. Then I'm like, oh, okay, well, I'm not gonna waste the time to go over there. Yeah.
Honestly, too, I thought that when Rob was doing the walkthrough on that Sunday, I thought
you would leave me and go to it.
Oh.
I thought you were gonna go there. And
no, because I hadn't done a walkthrough of the convention myself. So
yeah, so
I was like walking around too while Rob was filming. But I had thought, if we finish with like an hour or half an hour left, we'll just head that way and check it out on our way out. But we didn't.
So Pontus says, Swedish cons are so different to this, much less focused on vendors/makers of games. Most of them are entirely non-profit, much smaller and more intimate.
Oh, that's cool.
So I've seen Essen, for example, and UK Games Expo. Those are very similar to Gen Con and Origins from what I've seen. They're the same idea. They're huge-ish. And they can be intimate in the respect of if you want to go just play some games with friends, there are areas to do that. And there are rooms dedicated to that. And you can make Gen Con kind of intimate. But yes, it's big crowds, crazy spectacle. It's insane. But yes, you could show up on a single day, go meet with a friend in some side room thingy, open gaming area, go find the table, play with them, and try the new games they bought. And you don't even need a badge for that. No, you don't need a badge for that. And you could do that kind of stuff and play games. So some people think that because all we talk about and show is like the exhibit hall and buying and the rush and spending money and collecting, consuming. Gen Con has more areas dedicated to actually playing games and events and open gaming than it does for retail. I'm just fascinated that so much retail happens in such a space that's what draws me. Because I play games at home all year long. I don't need to go there to play games, really, is not the draw to Gen Con for me. It's just like a super big board game store is how I look at it, with like friends playing the games I love on the side. And I'll get into some events, but yeah. But I know what you mean. We do have cons like that I've been to in Canada and the US that are smaller, more intimate, with just events run, playing games, maybe a booth or two from a local game store selling sleeves and mats and bags to take things home and stuff, but not many people selling things. Those do exist. But Gen Con is not that. Gen Con is like Essen Spiel or whatever in Germany, or UK Games Expo, that kind of convention. But those conventions you're describing do exist here, and there are lots of them. And they happen all around the US and Canada, in all different little cities and towns, have little gaming conventions that are super intimate, non-profit, and they're small. That is like, there's tons of them. But yeah, Pontus says the biggest cons in Sweden are like 1,000 people. And those exist here. Those exist too. I just don't go to them to make video content and talk about them. It's like, yeah. But I've been to ones in Canada and playing tournaments at them before and gone to events here locally and stuff. Little small conventions. Locator says, it's more fun telling Canada jokes to Rob in person than on stream or Discord.
Locator is funnier than you would think.
Locator just laughs. Like, I had so much fun, so much laughing and fun. Like, yeah. It's like an old friend, just like, definitely, yeah. If Locator lived closer, like, yeah, definitely would be in my playgroup for sure. Definitely someone I would gravitate towards, obviously, as we do over the internet. But yeah. Definitely one of my favorite Americans, for sure. For sure. don't know if there's any other questions from earlier either.
There was one question.
I mean, this stream has gone on only 3 hours. That's not bad.
Let me see if I
keep forgetting we didn't go live at noon. We went live at 1 our time.
Oh yeah.
So we actually
regarding. Let me see.
But yeah, I forgot to say at the beginning we'll do some questions at the end. Anyone? But yeah, if you have any questions, we can answer them if anyone's here. If you have any later, you can leave them in the comments. I'll ignore you. I mean, what? Sean says, have you ever been to Essen? No, it's on my bucket list. I need to go sometime. I've watched videos about it. I've always like wanted to go ever since getting into the hobby. And but before that, actually, I wanted to go over to like Germany for Game of Thrones, the card game. Used to, and still does, I think it happens, in what's called Castle Stahleck, is a fan-run tournament, a yearly tournament / event weekend kind of thing for players of Game of Thrones, the card game, which is a competitive card game based on, obviously, the Song of Ice and Fire IP. But I think it's in Germany, they actually play in a castle. They like take over this castle, and people go there, rent hotels and stuff, and everyone who gets in there around that game. That was the original thing I wanted to go to Germany for. I'm pretty sure that's in Germany. But it is one of the coolest things to be playing a Game of Thrones card game tournament in a castle. Amazing. Love it. But then I found out about Essen after that and was like, that could be another reason to want to go to Germany. If I don't play Game of Thrones a card game anymore, that would work. So yes, but it's funny. I have not gone there, but at some point I should. But my next goal is to just try to go to PAX Unplugged.
Oh, yeah.
Which is more local. It's like 8 hours away or 10 hours away or something.
Yeah, so it's like similar to Gen Con.
Yeah, I've been to Origins. I've been to Gen Con. I just kind of go to ones. I've been to like some of the ones in Canada too that are like kind of growing. Breakout Con, I think, is like one of the bigger ones in Canada now. But yeah, I'm just slowly working my way through some of those where the publishers go I know that I like. Like, yes, I know some of the North American publishers I play in, the European ones that I play like their games are at Essen now also, like as a regular thing. So I could go there. I could probably lighten the load of cost too by just like working at some of their booths for a little bit of the time, getting paid to just like work a booth for a couple days, and then the rest of the time is me wandering around the halls and stuff. But I know it's huge, and I know they have a similar attendance to Gen Con, just counted differently. But because they count like turnstile every day, they don't count like unique badges sales. They count by like how many times someone passed through like a turnstile.
Oh,
which is like
determine.
it's cheating. It's like to make it look bigger. It's kind of lame, but they're roughly the same. But yeah.
I found the question that I was going to answer before, but you were talking. So it's from Greg. It says, speaking of supporting Mel, I did almost ask about future painting streams when you all walked by a couple painting booths.
Oh, I did see that. Yeah.
Okay, so
we did address that, like at the con, people were asking about that.
Yeah.
Mel, when are you going to paint again? And like,
yes.
Yeah, you can give your excuses.
No, I'm not. I'm going to say that we'll set up the station again, and I will get to it. I feel like I have games, even some of these games that we showed off have like a few minis that need to be painted. We have games upstairs that need to be painted, games that I think I was like in the process of painting. So definitely coming back.
But then the problem is if Mel's doing those painting streams, that means less of her joining me playing some of these games, which I do not want to play without her.
No, I agree.
So that's another reason that games will get delayed, because Mel's busy painting and she can't stream every night of the week. I will not. I would not.
Can't.
I don't even want to stream every night of the week.
I can't.
And I love doing it.
But I have an idea that I think potentially on some of these nights or days where Rob is maybe playing Star Wars, that maybe then I can use some of that time. Like if you're out playing Star Wars or whatever, then I can use some of that time to be painting. So it's kind of like a win-win.
I don't know if you should answer this on the internet, but Mel wants, or C-Mish wants to know, Mel, what do you want for Christmas?
I
want a hippopotamus for Christmas.
I don't really know. Christmas is far away.
I know, that's a weird one. I saw that and I was like, I don't know how I would answer that. I'm curious how you'd answer that. Then that would help me out at Christmas when I don't buy you anything.
Like most things that I want, or like Rob, if he wants something, we just buy it.
Pontus is now going to rent out a castle to play games at. This is all.
I don't really know that there's anything specifically.
Velco knows what you want.
I don't know that I want this.
I mean, I was right there at Gen Con.
Yeah, we were looking at it.
Could have bought it, but every time I just walk away from the booth without it. I don't know why. They do have one of the cooler booths at Gen Con usually, but...
See, Mitch, I'll think about this. Come back to me. I don't know if I want to paint all those minis. That would be a lot of minis to paint, no?
Yeah.
Oh, I agree with this. See, Mitch says, I enjoy seeing all the novelty items like throws, jewelry boxes, and signs and stuff. I agree. Because you can see all the games. Okay, sure, we know a lot of them. But it's cool to see, like, the knickknacks. Yeah. Like, as you said, like, the throws, jewelry boxes, signs,
that you
dice.
You don't see most of that at our local game stores. We have a few local game stores that carry those, like, extra accessories and weird things. They have employees that go to Gen Con and pick that stuff up and work with those retailers and then stock it. I've seen a few do that. But that is super rare. Like, they're cool tabletop gaming, adjacent stuff. Sorry, I was about to, like... hiccup there or something.
No, that's all good. That's all good. But I definitely agree with this. I think it's definitely cool. And sometimes I'm more drawn to the unique booths over the game booths. Especially too because we've seen a lot of these games before. So it's like kind of just bypass those and go right to these novelty booths.
Lepontis says, but KDM has so many minis. Think of all the stuffs. It has to be worth the money with that much stuff. Yeah, just like I was saying on crowdfunding, where they just put all that list of things on a crowdfunding project. This game, it comes with 8,000 miniatures, 40,000 tokens, 16 pages in the rule book, plus an extra campaign book with this many pages and this many words in the book. And then comes with this, and the box is this big, and this weighs this much, and this many scenarios, and blah, 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 and side cards, and packs, and cards in this deck, and cards in that deck. Just try to make it look so long, so it's like the money you spend on it has to be worth it because it's so much stuff. But then they always leave off this part of, like, an actual functioning game. They always forget to put that in the list. And an actual functional, play-tested, enjoyable game that's worth the trouble to set up and worth the money. They always forget that line on those boxes, and I don't know why.
So it's funny, and Yogi's kind of bringing it up now, is Yogi and I have had this discussion on some of the paint streams. Like, we've talked about that, to be honest, I don't think there's a ton of minis that you actually need to play the game. Like, they all come in expansion packs.
Yeah.
And he says there's 11 boss minis, and then you only need 4 player minis.
Yeah, and we've already talked about this KDM stuff before. It's like, I would have to drop everything we're doing, and we just play that for like a year. Kind of like Frosthaven idea. Like, you just play it, you're painting it, we're playing, we're getting on streams for super long, we're just playing, and we're like living that game and no other games. That's what it is, the lifestyle process.
Yeah, and I think I would like it, and Rob wouldn't, so...
Yeah. But it's an ongoing joke that everyone keeps telling me I need to play it, and I should buy it, and... all that. I almost gave in one time. I was like, man.
You were very, very close.
Yeah, they were breaking me down, man.
There was one time.
They had like a bundle on the website, just looked reasonably priced. I was like, okay, I can try, I'll figure it out. But I was like, no. Like, it was like the dark side of the force pulling me over. It was crazy. I almost gave in.
But they got you. You got out of it before. You. It was very close, though.
I splashed some water on my face, and it was, oh my God, what am I doing here? Well, who is controlling me?
But yeah, that's a big, big game to get into.
Yeah, Yogi says, there's no game that matches it. All these people say that so-and-so game is similar, and they're not. And would that be similar to, say, Yogi, like how everyone talks about, like, for example, like Twilight Imperium is like such a unique, crazy experience. It's like the most nutty 4X epic space opera game. But I can't play it because I need to find so many friends and no one wants to dedicate 16 hours to whatever it is to play it, right? So then what people do is sell games that are like, oh, this is a 4X in an hour. This is a 4X in 2 hours. This is a 4X in a small box. This is a 4X travel size. This you can put it in your lunch pail and play it. It's still the 4X experience. Like no.
Trying to equate it to.
But it's not. It'll never be the same as that experience you get from that big game. Like, I picture that like, what was I going to say? There's other games like that too. That are like, yeah, the epicness of some games, it's like, you can't just shave off 70% of that and sell it and say this is just like it, buy this instead. Yeah, like Aeon Trespass, right? People were like, they made that game literally to target the player that would play KDM or has played KDM.
Oh, okay.
Saying it's like our version of that. And yeah. What the hell is 4X, says Jacko?
I've asked that many times.
So 4X is what is it? A game that has exploration, exploitation, extermination, and I always forget all of them. Explore, exterminate, exploit, and expand. So it's basically like games, Mike, where you like basically like Arcs is supposedly kind of like that, I think. Maybe not. Maybe Arcs is not the best example, but it's like a game where like, yeah, exfoliation. Yep. They're good. They're good for your skin. Yeah. So you definitely in those kind of games, it's like those games where like you basically I picture the ones like, this is my best way to kind of explain it to you, is like the games we play that are like on a map. It's usually competitive. You're starting out, you have your own little area, and then you got to start building like ships or tanks or whatever, and then taking over area control, like expanding your region, and then also like exploiting like an engine or resources to kind of like build your empire, and then also like exterminate like NPCs or the opponent. And you're just trying to like expand, explore an area, exterminate your opponent, and like those kind of games. So it's like, I don't know, like Scythe has a bit of that stuff in it. There's a whole bunch of them. There's so many. But some don't do all the 4Xs. Some don't do them that well, or they do them in a very short span, and it's supposed to give you the feel of a 4X.
How come I've never heard like 2X before? If they've only do
some of them do say like, oh, it's like a 3X game. I've heard people mention that, like it's missing this one component of it. But yeah,
if I've never heard that before.
Yeah, I'll
only
show you.
Ever 4X.
It'll make sense when I show you. We probably played a whole bunch of them, but top 4X board games. But that's what they're known as, and like trying to stay. I don't know. I'm just clicking like this first link, which is probably not the best thing to do. From 2021. So like even some games will put it like around the box. This is a 4X because people fall in love with 4X as like a style of game. Oh, hold on. Let me get Yogi's thing off here. I don't want to look at Yogi's thing while I'm browsing my websites here. So like Tiny Epic Kingdoms is like a small 4X game, you know, like I don't know what the hell. Rune Wars, I mean, these are like going to be old stuff. Yeah, this is not really working for me.
Put a year.
Yeah. Oh, right here, let's click Dicebreaker. I think they know board games, sort of. So here, like, yeah, so I know 4X actually from video games. It's like all the RTSs, like real-time strategies, I think, like StarCraft and Warcraft, and those are 4X games, right? And like isn't like Age of Empires and stuff, right? Those are 4X like PC games, and I'm sure those existed in board games too before that or around that time also. But I understand 4X from the PC gaming space from the 90s. And then eventually, like, it's now a popularized term in like board games. Eclipse is one I have. Twilight Imperium, Civilization: A New Dawn, Clash of Cultures, Homeworlds, Through the Ages, Ascending Empires. These are like their lists. But it's just those kind of games where like you're expanding, you're building an engine, you're your own faction, like your own empire, trying to like take over the world basically and win the game by being the most powerful, exploiting resources and economies and stuff. But Twilight Imperium is like the known one. That's like the one that like started Fantasy Flight Games. That was Christian Peterson says, I want to take that PC game, 4X style game, and I'm going to produce it. And I'm just some little dude going to conventions, and I'm going to design this game, figure out how to publish it, and I'm going to build a whole company around it. And I don't even care how long this game takes, but like this is my dream game of playing a game all weekend with friends, playing this super big epic game that nobody is going to risk their whole business to try to make. Because remember, crowdfunding wasn't a thing back then. And this guy literally took all his money, invested in this thing. There's like documentaries about it and articles you can read about Christian Peterson starting FFG games based on this game, carrying them around to like little conventions, showing them off, and people going, you're a wacko for like trying to make this insane game. Here we are now, and it's got a 4th edition. He built the whole FFG empire on it. was purchased by Asmodee's, one of the most sought after and respected brands in tabletop gaming, because this crazy bastard decided to make this game. And this is the 4X game that all 4X games want to be. Because this crazy bastard showed that you could make this in cardboard form and sell it to people, and they're willing to buy this. It used to be in a big coffin crazy box. They're willing to buy this insane box, and board game stores will carry this $200 whatever it was game at the time. And he showed that, like, this guy is the reason, like, Kickstarter exists. Like, Kickstarter games that are super bloated, have tons of components and huge and take all day, and like have no respect for people's time and no respect for the amount of shelf space you have in your house. He was the first one to do it. And it's funny, he like never went on crowdfunding before. FFG never used crowdfunding. And yeah, now it's like a common thing for go on crowdfunding, show people a game with tons of stuff like this. And now people will spend thousands of dollars buying a single board game and all its expansions. But back then when he did this, it was crazy to say a game was over like $50.
Oh, yeah.
Like, how dare you? And I'm not going to play a game for more than 45 minutes. How dare you? But he proved that it was a thing. And now crowdfunding is like built off this principle. And it's nuts. So yeah, there's my rant and ramble. Yeah, the Civilization franchise. Yes. Oh, Twilight Inscription even has 4 tables. Each one is an X. Ah, that's cool. Oh, there's a plugin called Yogi Block. Okay, I gotta find that. I gotta find that Chrome plugin. Oh, Void Falls like that. Scythe, yeah, Scythe is like a 4X game too. Yeah. I wasn't sure if I had all the X's thinking off the top of my head, but it feels like it does. Yeah, 100%. Yes. Pretty sure. Yeah, but Eclipse is similar, like a digestible but grand sci-fi epic. Same idea about being sci-fi theme, epic, expansive, all that stuff. But yeah, they're usually known to be big, meaty games.
Doesn't Justin have this game?
This was the game I remember when we first got in the hobby. Justin played this one. It's like an FFG game, Sid Meier's Civilization. Not A New Dawn, the original one.
Okay.
And it was like crazy rule book, big, expansive, like takes multiple playthroughs to even learn what the hell is going on, but it's like very rich, rewarding, and long. Yeah, you could like build your whole year around playing that game multiple times. But they made a new version, like A New Dawn, which is supposedly was more streamlined and stuff. Clash of Cultures. Tiny Epic Kingdoms is like a small component version of 4X, I guess. Space Empires. The best combat heavy 4X board game. Homeworlds. The best abstract 4X board game. Through the Ages, we played that. So that's considered a 4X?
Oh, so we played a 4X. Okay.
The best 4X board game that doesn't look like a 4X board game.
There you go.
Yeah, I guess so, right? Yeah. Yeah, it's weird. Once you understand what the 4X's are, you start like applying them and you're like, wait, I've played a bunch of those or like these type of games that were going after that feel, but maybe in a smaller package and not so obvious. But yeah, there's so many. It's like a thing. But you'll see that companies use it as a marketing thing. Yeah, companies will use it as like a marketing thing to promote games. So you'll hear like, oh, a 4X in under 2 hours, a 4X with only this many components, a 4X that's only this big, and like a 4X that only involves this many players and this much time, and you know, whatever. But yeah, there's a lot of them. Oh, Ark Nova basically ripped off A New Dawn. Yeah. And I remember I was talking about that before on stream, but I kept saying the wrong game. The wrong FFG game had that same mechanic, but yeah. But yeah, for the New Dawn had that like action row, sliding row thingy that was like done in that game and popularized there first. There's no way Through the Ages is 4X.
They said it was.
So you expand, you definitely exploit like an engine. You do try to exterminate like the war stuff, right, with your opponent. And what's the other thing?
Exfoliation. No, I'm just kidding.
Exfoliation. Yeah, if you rub those cards on your skin, it definitely helps get rid of the dead skin and like exfoliate. Yeah. If you get some of those cubes in your hand, you just kind of rub them together on your skin. Tiny's here. Hey, Tiny.
Hi.
says Stellar Horizons is one massive 4X game. Need a PhD to play it. Oh my
Oh,
God.
no, thank you. Some of the images
Yeah.
even make me not want to play any of those kind of games. Like, I'm bored.
Yeah, I get scared, man. I see at Gen Con some of these big games, the huge rule books and huge components, there's so much going on. It's like, I think I'm changing as a gamer and I'm getting scared away from that kind of stuff now. I'm like, I want more like digestible stuff, I feel. And I'm getting scared away from giant long campaigns. I used to love before, like I love lifestyle games. I do. I still play them, but it's like the whole idea of like learning one rule set and just sticking with that rule set for life is great, but like I kind of want to just play some more one-off experience stuff, and like I'm getting that kind of vibe now. I just like I'll play this game for a little bit and forget about it, and then play this game for a little bit and forget about it, and not get so deep. We'll see though. That'll change again, I'm sure. Did they have tinkling dice there? Oh, yes, they did.
They did.
Yes, they did. All over the place. Tons of them. Sean says, what an extremely rich and informative stream. I learned so much today about many things. Some things I didn't want to know. Fun day. Yes. This is a fun day too.
Thank you, yes.
Nice to be home. Nice to be at the con. It is sad because now it's like 358 days or whatever till Gen Con again or whatever it is.
I think
now.
it's 360, right? Because, no.
359 maybe?
359, because they said when they closed 361, right? And it's been 2 days.
Oh, they haven't reset the countdown yet.
Oh.
But it's right here. And when it hits it, it says game on. So they haven't refreshed it. I'm sure they're all on vacation for the week. They're probably still there cleaning up stuff, like, and trying to get out of the city, but loading up trucks still probably. But
I think they're still there, aren't they? Don't they stay? Like, they leave mainly?
Yeah, they do have a fun day after where they actually play games, all the employees and stuff, and just hang out and have drinks and things, which is cool. But yeah, no countdown officially. But oh man, I'm clicking on stuff I shouldn't be clicking on. But yeah, Gen Con, start preparing. It returns July 31st to August 1st, 2025. If you care to go. I'm not saying you need to go. I'm not saying you should go. You don't have to go. Please, I'd prefer if none of you went, so that I can actually walk through the aisles and visit the booths I want to visit without the madness that is the exhibit hall and the crowded hallways and the overflowing city and the long lineups for everything. Please do not go to Gen Con. Please avoid this place like the plague. You will get, yeah, you might get an STD if you just go there. So you should all avoid it, please. Like, yeah. Without even doing anything. You walk in there, you get like a virus will kill you. Yeah, you should not go there. You could die if you go to Gen Con. Yes, this is my official line now. This is my official line. Please stay away so I can have it all to myself. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. But yeah, too many people are going now. They need a bigger Gen Con for sure.
But Kristen says, but you keep saying you maybe will go. Yes, we don't know yet.
I don't like the lock-in Gen Con for sure.
Yeah.
I never like the lock-in. I have missed a couple years over the last however many years I've been going. I think I've gone like 10 times in the last like 12 years or something like that. Because things can happen, right?
Mm-hmm.
Could have a worldwide pandemic. You could lose your job or change jobs right before going and don't want to take a vacation time. You could decide you don't need to spend hundreds of dollars on a vacation or a trip or board games or events or whatever, or food or travel, all that stuff, right? It's a pricey adventure. It's a definitely expensive adventure no matter how you do it. It's going to cost you quite a bit of money. You could definitely go to a con and play some board games much closer to you for way less money, I guarantee you. You can find those. They might just not be as obvious. Get on Facebook or social media and hunt for it. You'll find them. They're there. Whether they're in someone's basement or a local church or a school or a convention hall, they're there. They exist everywhere. There's a local game store possibly somewhere within a decent drive or travel from you that's probably running some convention, whether it be small or whatever. But yeah, they're there. And if you want to go save money and just play some games with some random people or try new things, might even find some designers that or publishers that are not far from where you live that might actually allow you to come and demo things at like local little tiny conventions. That happens. But yeah. Oh, I convinced Jacko to stay home next year. Mission accomplished. But no, seriously, just be careful. Lots of crowds, lots of noise, lots of insanity. It keeps getting worse. It feels like every year.
Yeah.
But I still have a decent time. But I do ask myself when I get in the car on my drive home every year, I'm a little sad that I'm leaving. I'm kind of happy to go home. I'm kind of pissed that I now have to sit in my car for like 9 hours to drive home. I now have so many games that I want to play, but I don't have enough time to play them all. I have lots of mixed emotions and mixed feelings when I get into the car after Gen Con, that I always say to Mel, one of the first things I say when we're in the car is like, do we need to go next year? Do you think we could just skip next year? And then I start thinking about some things. I'm like, no, I really want to go. Or no, maybe I shouldn't. And for the next hour while I'm in the car, I'm like sitting there flipping flopping, like we could save money. And like after the experience, I kind of like to recap in our drive home and kind of like, what are our learnings? Like, was it worth it to go so far? Could we have got most of these games at home and stayed home? Would it have been the same experience? Could we have got more work done staying at home? Could we enjoy just a week off at home more than we could enjoy it at Gen Con? Certain aspects, hell yeah. Hell yeah. When you just get super tired or you're just crowded and sweaty, stinky people are all around you trying to like fight over little decks of cards and stuff. It's like, what am I doing with my life? Sometimes I think. Or it's like, you know, when you're there paying like $6 for a drop of coffee, you know, just to survive the day. It's like, what am I doing with my life? Like, why am I here? What am I doing? And I mean crappy coffee in the convention center for $6. You know, it's like stuff like that. It's like not a good, you know, premium coffee we're talking here. Everything's overpriced in the convention and stuff. So it's like, I was asking myself, like, should I go next year? And there are things I didn't like about it and things I loved about it. And maybe I'll talk about that in a future video because people are asking me to do that again. We'll see. I don't want to talk about all that here.
Yeah, they love that video.
I know. It's funny. People click on it and still comment about it. People hate me for some of the things I say and don't understand some of it. I was joking, but we'll see. Maybe I'll do that. Maybe I won't. But I never am guaranteed to go to Gen Con. I also don't want to make people think that for sure we'll be there. And if you go there, you'll definitely see us because I might just not go. And I also get really busy there and also have things to do. So I never want to make anyone think that that is a reason to go.
Right.
You may see us there. We may bump into you. We may even seek you out and want to hang out with you. But it's never guaranteed. I don't want to promise that. And you need to go to Gen Con for your own reasons. And your own reasons should be things for you, like publishers you want to visit, friends you want to see, events you want to do, games you want to buy. Understand the games you might want to buy won't be there or might not show up or might be out of stock before you get there. And you might hate things about it. But yeah, so just keep that in mind. So I love Gen Con, but some things about it I hate, and it's fine. But for me, I still love going there, and it's still a fun thing for me to look forward to all year and go. And after, I still debate it, and then we talk about it again in January, February, like, what are you thinking this year? Should we even go? And at the time, you don't even know what is going to be there for sure and what publishers will be there and whether it's worth it to go. Sometimes you just got to make the leap ahead of time or else you're going to miss out on it, which I noticed a lot of people this year did. A lot of people this year, the week before,
Yeah. So many comments
I waited till the week before and was going to buy a whole badge for my family for 4 days. How come they're sold out, guys? I didn't know that was possible. Can anyone get me badges now? I didn't plan ahead. And I'm like,
so many of those.
Obviously, you didn't watch any Rob's Gaming Table streams where I warn you, you need to be thinking about going to Gen Con at the latest in like May. And if you're not sure then, pay attention to the news because they'll start telling you when badges are almost selling out. Sign up to their email newsletter. That's the best way. Follow Gen Con on social media. That is the best way.
Yeah, because they'll email multiple times when it's getting close to being sold out.
They'll say 4-day badges are going to sell out by the end of this week. Buy them now. So if you're thinking of attending Gen Con next year, the reason why I put this up, if you're watching this in a couple months, or if you're watching this before next Gen Con, you want to see how last Gen Con went for us, if it's like February, March, April, May, June, even maybe June at the latest, start planning because it might be too late. You'll have to start planning for the next years.
Mm-hmm.
Gen Con is not something you just do on a whim anymore. It's gotten too popular and too big for the area it uses. Until they add more hotels and expand the convention center, the city is max. Like too many people go there for too many reasons, and it's just full.
Yeah, we even noticed the one day they had a baseball game was also happening there.
Yeah.
So like unrelated to Gen Con, like life is still happening in Indianapolis.
Yep. There's still people, there's construction on the highways, there's still people going to work on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Traffic gets bad, the downtown core is busy. Yeah, it's still like it's happening in a major downtown city, so it's like definitely busy. So yeah, that's why I say maybe, because I'm never sure. Because it's also an expense, and it's like I could have stayed home probably and been streaming games all week, and could have been better for the channel, and could have been just better for my sanity getting through the games I want to play. But then again, I do have fun going there and seeing people and seeing publishers I haven't seen in a while and people in the industry and stuff, and playing the games I love. Like going to actually play like Star Wars Unlimited, for example, or whatever game is of the year that I love, right? Going able to play in like an official event with the designers like right there, and like, you know, the official company running it and handing out official prize support. Not like your local game store that has no idea how the game works and forgot to order the prize kit and packs and like whoops, and you know, it's like actually officially run and taken very seriously, and the game you love is respected and by the people who like are passionate about it as well. Like who the hell travels all the way to Gen Con to play the game is people who love it. So to be actually playing with people who love it, not just people who are conveniently at the store, you know, is like a whole different vibe. That's another cool thing about it, is being around passionate people who are passionate about things that you're passionate about. That's actually a huge thing. Which is like why I love doing what I do with the chat and people watching the channel and commenting and stuff too. You're all just as passionate about this stuff as I am, and that's why you're here. So it's cool to actually like be around people like you guys without the region getting in the way, the distance being in the way, which is cool. If that makes sense.
Jack Pomian says, and your Gen Con videos have gotten quite a few views. Yes, they usually do.
Yeah.
But it's hard to, and we were talking about this, to figure out if that is worth the expense.
Yeah, like is it, the other thing, is it, yeah, 'cause it's way more expensive if you think about it. If I care that way of like spending the money on that trip, it's like, would it generate the revenue or value to expand the channel that it would if I just stayed home and played some games?
Yeah.
Because remember, some of those games too, if you're thinking about like YouTube searchability and algorithms and stuff, Gen Con 2024, not many people care about Gen Con 2024 after preparing for, like, let's say Gen Con 2025. Once Gen Con 2025 happens, no one cares about Gen Con 2024, really, right? But let's say if I stayed home and played whatever game, right? Let's say I stayed home and played Elder Scrolls Betrayal of the Second Era that I had, right? Let's say that I stayed home and I learned that, and I already was playing with that with you guys live last weekend, let's say, right? That game could be relevant, but it's not always true. Some games nobody cares about literally after they come out.
True.
Some games nobody cares about after the crowdfunding campaign ends. Some games nobody cares about after the pledge manager closes. They just die. Nobody cares, right? It's like, what do they care about, right? But let's say I stayed home and played Elder Scrolls, let's say, as a realistic option, and I learned that, I took the time and played that, and made the video for that. People still could be searching up how to play and watching playthroughs of Elder Scrolls for years to come, right? But other than people want to be nostalgic about, like, maybe they were at Gen Con 2024, might look up like the walkthrough video I did of it.
Yeah, the walkthrough one might be the best one.
Yeah, because then you can go back and look like, oh, what was there? And I remember being there in 2024. Let me go watch the hall. Oh, yeah, there's that vendor. They were selling that. Yeah. Remember that company that's out of business now? Yeah, they were there. That was cool. But, yeah. And it's not, I'm not talking about being first either. I'm just saying, like, any game, even if it's a game that has 100 playthroughs on the internet, people just might search and find and watch something that I just stayed home and played, for example. Longer in the future, it might be more relevant or interesting or useful to people than a Gen Con stream us talking about, like, what we ate and what events we played that day, you know?
But it's something that we talk about every year.
Yeah. But it's it is a fun thing. You know what it feels? It's very traditional for us now. Yeah. It's like, feels like something that is like a bookend to the year for us. Like, it feels like it's like up to Gen Con.
Like a reset for us.
Yeah, it feels like a reset, 100%.
Yeah, 100% a reset for us.
Yeah.
Because then we come back, maybe we have a little bit more of that pep in our step, right? We saw, like, we're excited again.
Yeah, there's a buzz around it, a hype around it.
We got new games.
Everyone's showing off what's coming out later in the year, holiday time, and like, when the shopping season starts and all that, we're getting a taste of all that ahead of time, or the new crowdfunding projects are going to launch. We're seeing demos of those games and talk about those games, and buzz is happening around that stuff. And it's cool to be in person and seeing that and being in that area with all that like energy.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's that too.
So it's like we absolutely love going as well, which is why we usually end up going, because that love probably feeds the, like you said, the pain and the things they're thinking. I equate it to, like, people have made jokes about having a baby. After you have a baby, you forget all of the pregnancy, the pain, the delivery, all of that, and then you do it again, right?
Yeah.
So anybody who's had children could maybe relate. Did you say that?
No.
Oh, you just heard what he wanted to hear.
That never happens. Timestamp or it didn't happen. I'm just kidding. This is funny. I'm just reading that as you're talking and I'm ignoring you.
Okay.
I mean, what?
That's okay. That's okay.
Sean says, usually your voice is gone by now. I am feeling it going to go. And I think my throat is getting dry too. But yeah, I definitely need to.
But usually you start the stream off with like the pickle and the cough candy.
Yeah.
I noticed that from last year's, but so far, again, knock on wood, so far he's good. Yo, didn't think that comment was for you, but some people out there may understand what I'm saying. Those people that have more than one child.
Greg says, I look forward to the live streams from there when you could do them, like Ruby said, for us couch sitters. Yeah. I did see someone comment, maybe it was you, Sean. Somebody said, I missed having more of those streams where we just sat down, like when we're like resting in the evening, and we just do a stream where we're like sitting in a room and the background's behind us. And it's because I was trying to do more of like a on the go kind of thing, seeing if that would work. But again, I got to go back to the drawing board with that. I tried.
I think also too, because we played in a couple events that started at 6 o'clock.
Yeah, almost every single day we sign up for a Star Wars Unlimited 6 p.m. draft or sealed for like 2 to 3 hours or whatever. So we would sometimes not even have eaten dinner, and sometimes had an event before that, and the exhibit hall closed at 6.
Yeah.
So we'd be like doing stuff in the day and running around the exhibit hall, and then be like, okay, now we got to get over to our event. And then we get to our event, and then we still haven't like eaten yet for dinner. And then we play that, and then after we're like, crap. Like, we still have to figure out dinner now, and it's like, it's already getting later, and like, we have to be back tomorrow morning at like 7 a.m., and it's like, oh my God, okay, like, let's not stream right now. We'll just like recap it later, or like stream tomorrow in the day and stuff. It's like, yeah. But again, I did learn that I should not book so many Star Wars events.
Yeah, we learned that.
But that's because I booked those in May.
And we were excited.
And because I knew set 2 wouldn't have much more product than set 1, I also thought it might be my only chance to actually get product for Star Wars set 2, because it's so hot and sells out like crazy and is overpriced right now because of the excitement around that game. I didn't realize some of my local stores were going to get so much, and I didn't realize I would get the boxes I got. Even one of them got canceled. One of my Star Wars orders got canceled, so I was already scared too.
Oh yeah.
That like, I'm not going to get any product for second set. But I also realized like, oops, I have all the set 1 product. Why do I could still play the game without getting set 2. So why am I treating it like set 1? That if I can't get it, I won't be able to play the game. I did that wrong. So the cool part about Gen Con is we learned is, and I've talked about it before, but we actually did it so recently, and I now know, is if it's a paper ticket, which they were paper event tickets, as long as it's at least a half hour before the event, you can get fully refunded back to your method of payment, minus, I think if it's like a credit card payment, you get charged like $1.40 processing transaction fee. Or if you don't want that fee, you can put it back on in system credit, and you spend that later on badges and events like next year or that year or whatever. So we went and refunded our Sunday and Saturday night events, because I already had like a stack of playing so many drafts and seals. I already got a bunch of legendaries and rares I needed and stuff, and like tons of cards. But I'd already gone before going some of our local stores I didn't expect ended up announcing last minute drafts and sealeds and pre-releases and stuff. So I ended up getting to go to like way more than expected. I thought there would be less. And so already going to the con, I already had so many cards that I was looking for and all that. So, but again, you have to plan for Gen Con, especially Star Wars events that sold out in minutes. You had to buy those like in May, not knowing the set hadn't come out yet. And if I even needed to play in drafts or sealeds, but I do love draft and sealed, that even if I had all the cards, I would still play in a few of them. So we definitely refunded some of our events because we're like, we're just so tired.
Yeah.
I need some time back to do other things that had come up on the fly. So we got a refund on some of our events, which was nice. Even spending like $1.40 or whatever on a few of them, it's like, that's fine. It's fine. It's our mistake. Small price to pay, I feel.
Yeah.
I should have did I was going to do credit because I'm like, oh, definitely. I've done it before. We've had credit from refunding tickets. And the next year when I go to buy your badge, I'm like, oh yeah. I get the badge is basically like half price. This is awesome.
Yeah.
I forgot this money is sitting here in my account. So it's like, but then again, if I skip a year, then it's just sitting there and it never expires, they say, but
yeah.
But yeah, like you don't lose it. So it's like, it's okay to overbook on events because you can like refund them or whatever. As long as you're planning on going again in the future, you can do it again without losing any money. White Rabbit says, just got here. Why is this not? Oh, there it is. Okay. Just got here. Glad you guys are home safe and sound. Enjoyed your con walkthroughs. Hope you recover fast. I hope so too.
Yeah.
I hope so. Probably can do a stream in like a day or two. Hopefully. We'll see.
Yeah, I'm feeling okay. So hopefully you stay.
I just need to get back on my regular caffeine intake, my regular sleep again, and like chill for a little bit.
This was the first convention I did no caffeine because I had cut caffeine out of my system like the month before. And I definitely felt much more tired this Gen Con.
Yogi says, so now that the SWU is out of your system, and back to CTG streams. Yeah, okay.
How about just back to streams?
Yeah.
We won't be specific.
All right. I think that's going to be it. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in and watching our Gen Con stuff. Again, if you haven't and you want to, and you don't have to consume it all at once, but go to the playlist down in the video description for the 2024 Gen Con videos that we did. You don't have to watch any of them except the walkthrough, because that was difficult and quite the effort and was fun. And I want to do them in the future. So if you have any feedback for it and watch it, any of it, leave a comment on it. Let me know if there is anything that I can improve for future, because I want to try it again, because now that I've proven the camera can last long enough and I can do it without even an extra battery pack, which I was kind of blown by. But I want to try to do it better next year. I think it'd be fun. And maybe one year eventually do it live and have everyone like in the chat while we're doing it. Would be super fun. No promises. But go to that video, watch it a little bit, like it, comment, whatever you can to support it.
Yeah, let's give it a ton of likes for Rob, okay? Let's get the likes up on that video.
That was the first time I was doing that, and I don't know, it's maybe not the best quality walkthrough you'll ever see of something, but it was fun to do, and it's long. You don't have to watch it all in one sitting. You don't even have to watch it all.
I think you watched like a couple minutes.
That was the most fun thing I created and had fun so far from Gen Con. Obviously, there's still more to create from... I took other footage. We'll see if I put a video together. No promises. Because once I get into these games, I may not care about sitting down and editing videos. But there's still games to play from Gen Con. So there's still more to come from Gen Con. Just, yeah, that was the most fun thing I did so far. But maybe one of these games sitting on our table in front of us might be one of the most fun things from Gen Con.
Might be.
But I'll be honest, doing that walkthrough was still fun, but not as fun as if I could have done it live. It was very awkward not having a live chat while I'm recording. It felt very weird, but because I haven't done that kind of stuff in so long.
Jackpot man.
Yeah, it was fun.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for the super chat. Says, thanks for all the Gen Con videos. Looking forward to whatever playthroughs is coming up on the channel.
Oh yeah, because you were late. So you have to kind of like scrub back.
So the first one, based on the poll and on what we want to kind of play, is kind of aligned. We're going to try to play this one first, I think.
I think so.
Yeah, so maybe we'll start reading the rules. And I know there's the official how to play video, but I did watch some of it before going to understand the game to see if it was like actually decent from a high level view. Is the Mandalorian Adventures. So Yeah, I think we'll play around with this.
Yeah.
And yes, I will slowly start learning Elder Scrolls and diving into that eventually when my head's clear. But like that, I'm sure is quite the different mountain of learning experience than this little tiny hill. So we'll see. I'll start off with something a little on the lower complexity end, I think.
For Elder Scrolls, are you planning on playing that by yourself?
No, I want to learn it by myself, but then I'll like teach you, or like, you know, we can learn it together too. But I think the week will go by so quick and you'll be back at work before we even get through a couple games and get to that one.
Sure, I agree.
But there's no rush. Like even Andrew said, he kept saying like, Rob, don't stress. Like no rush. Play it. Like we sent it to you really early on purpose, so you have lots of time. Don't rush.
Yeah.
And like I want to do the game right? Like I learned people come to my chip theory game streams especially to actually hear the strategy, how to play, work through the game, and my crazy amount of long-winded information dumps as I'm playing games, because those games are freaking meat on the bone kind of games that are more than meets the eye when you play them or see them. And it's not just learning them. They might be easy to like read through the rule book and think you know what's going on. But then when you put them on the table and play them a few times, they're deep strategically, lots of information going on, lots of deep systems and stuff. And yeah, they can be quite daunting, and like just seeing them played for like an hour on a stream can easily clear up a lot of stuff. So I love producing that kind of stuff and getting like more deep into a game than you probably like you should. I don't know how to say it, but like I get too much into those games beyond what I should for my health. Like, you know, like shouldn't probably care about a game as some of those like Too Many Bones and Cloud Spires and Burn Cycles that we did in the past, right? But I know those games have tons of years of work and love and play in them, and have super hardcore fans like myself. And like, yeah, sometimes they need to be done justice, not just played casually on a live playthrough, like where someone's reading a rule book and trying to figure it out on the fly.
Yeah, that's not the kind
That's disrespectful to those games, and that's not how they should be approached. So I like how they sent these well in advance, going like, the game doesn't even come out for many months, and like, you know, you don't need to make content right now. We're just sending it to you so you can actually like learn it, play it, really get like into it as at your own pace, and like do whatever you want with it when you're ready, you know?
I think too, playing some of these, let's say, lighter games, 15-page rulebook type games, playing a couple of those, cleanse your palate a little bit, and then jump into a big game, right?
Yep. And then I know when I'm playing Elder Scrolls, I'm streaming it day after day, week after week, people are going to start complaining, like, why are you still playing this? Go play this other game now.
Yeah.
And people will be complaining that I'm like, but that's what I do. Like,
can't please everybody.
Yeah, go look at our playlist for like Burn Cycle and Cloud Spire and Too Many Bones and whatever, man. It's like I play it way more than I should because of like what I want to do. So yeah. So that's that. So yeah, I'm excited to play this Elder Scrolls. It's fantasy and it's based on the Too Many Bones system. Should be amazing. Should be amazing.
Yeah. I had fun with the demo that we played.
And the amount of crazy bastards that work at Chip Theory now, their company's expanded and has so many passionate gamers that are like a lot of little like younger geniuses that now work there, right? So like, and a lot has been learned over the years of them doing so many games that like, I expect this to be like, and they care about the IP too. So it's like, and their relationship with the publisher or the IP holder, I should say. So yeah, I can see like this could be like the most like well-refined, passionate, like quality product like they could have ever produced. Like it has the potential to be there because they're also building it off another game system they already have made tons of content for and have tons of feedback based on and tons of play testing on. Then they've worked so long on this one that like I have really high hopes for it. That it's like I don't know how they can miss on it. But with all the people they have now at the company working, have their hands in the pot on so many different games and stuff, I feel like it could be really sharp and like really quality and play tested very well and like balanced and stuff. So hopefully it's like I see that come through, because yeah, my bar is set high. So if it doesn't meet those expectations, expect some whining. Expect some whining. But I'll probably still play it and have fun with most of it because it'll be me nitpicking, I'm sure. But if there's anything even to nitpick about. But yes. You won't hear me complaining about the thickness of neoprene or the feel of shuffling PVC plastic cards or the weight of chips. That will definitely not be a complaint.
No.
I need to smell and feel some of that on my table. It's been a while. Anyways, thank you all for watching. Hope you enjoyed the Gen Con content. More to come, I'm sure. More next year, probably. And if you're looking for how to plan for a Gen Con in the future and how to prepare, Not the easiest. You'll find it though. Down below in the video description, I have Gen Con 2022, a Gen Con 2023, and now a Gen Con 2024 playlist. Go to 2022 and or 2023, and in there you will find streams labeled like Gen Con Planning Part 1 and Part 2 and whatever. Go watch those. They're full of info. We made like little, not scripts, but like lists of information that we went through line by line on those videos. We had tips coming in from the chat. We had questions answered. They're just big information dumps to kind of organize it into separate little points of the year you need to start planning for the con. So if you care to go or interested in going or not going and want to know why you shouldn't go, like go watch those streams. We'll explain it to you, our experiences, little tips, planning, what times of the year you need to plan for badges and hotels and event tickets and packing and what to pack and all that. It's all in there. I did not do it this year, but you will find all that in the 2022 and 2023 lists. You'll find good information in there. Go watch those streams. They'll still be relevant. They'll still help you prepare for Gen Con 2025, 2026 and all that stuff, because it's going to be in Indianapolis till 2030. They just extended the contract till 2030 based on expansion of hotels and the convention center happening in the city to accommodate a larger convention. So get ready. But all that'll be relevant because it's still all happening in the same place. And it's the same convention, the same company running it and all that stuff. So there you go. Don't go to 2024, no help at all. Yeah, all this was a big waste of time for 2024. But we just didn't do that this year. We just like, if you want to get the planning information, go watch last year's stuff because it's all still relevant. We try to make it very generic based on the 10 years we've been going. So, but yeah, thank you for watching. Thanks for hanging out, everyone. Leave your feedback down below on any games or your Gen Con experience, any tips for future years. Leave them down below. Did you go this year? How was it? What was the thing you liked? What's the thing you're excited for? What's the best game you got that you've played, or the coolest thing you saw, or the coolest game you demoed? Drop it down below. I love hearing that stuff because some of those games I saw there but I didn't play, or like it's cool to hear people's thoughts after. I love going on like Reddit and Facebook and the groups and like seeing what people are buzzing about after, and like seeing what people are not buzzing about after compared to what they were buzzing about before is super interesting to me too. But yeah, super fun. I find that fascinating. So drop it down below. Interested to hear it. Thanks a lot for watching for the 10th time, 11th time. I don't want to let you guys go.
I know he doesn't want it to end.
I hate saying goodbye because it's like officially this is the last Gen Con video pretty much. And it's over. I don't want it to be over. And now I have to go back to playing stupid games, not just wanting to obtain them. Anyways, see you guys later. Enjoy the rest of your night, and bye-bye.
Bye.